The backseat. Check the backseat.
All right, come here.
Check the backseat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
All right, crossover brought to you and powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Howdy.
Hey.
Hello.
Hi.
Good to see you in the flesh again, John.
Yeah, alive. We never see each other in the flesh.
I know.
So
it's so good to see you.
This is like a rarity.
No, we see him at the end of shows, John, when he's doing Blue Jay Shootaround, and we are leaving at 6:00 live.
Yeah,
we see him those times.
Yeah, we have that 5-minute window where we get to, bear
chat a little bit before you go to you go down to the arena.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yes.
That's right.
You always forget about those.
You call him
times.
by
That's
his name.
that guy.
I call him Steve. Yeah.
Nice.
You, Steve.
It's
All good. It's all good.
It's like
It happens,
Severance. You just unplug and you don't know what's going on.
I don't get the reference.
Nobody
Neither
in
do
here
I.
gets the reference.
Did not watch Severance.
Rats.
I have not watched
All
Severance.
right,
But is
well.
that the one that they filmed in a mall?
No.
I thought they filmed. I saw something that they were filming Severance in a mall.
I
Is
mean,
that
I
not
guess
true?
I don't. Spoiler alert. I don't know. They haven't been in a mall yet this year.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Malls
Maybe I
are still a
just ruined
thing?
the season.
Yeah. I hope that you didn't just spoil anything for
I
me.
know that would be. Really
I watched
bad.
like a 12-minute behind the scenes thing this morning
What?
about a shot that they did on
and
the
they
show.
weren't in a mall.
What would a spoiler be just by finding out they shot in a mall?
I just don't want anything. I don't want to know anything about the show.
Oh,
So you see
are
the mall and you're going to be
are
like,
you
damn it!
Are you like Nick and his aversion to trailers?
No, I watched the
Ooh,
trailers.
You're not a trailer guy.
I just don't want to know.
I had a good run of. No
But what if
trailers,
the
dude. That was
trailer
fun.
for Severance
Showed them in a mall.
showed them, at one of those topics or
Top.
That girl
A
is
Paxson?
topic.
Yeah.
brass buckle, is it
American
brass
Eagle.
buckle, whatever they call it.
Buckle, just the buckle.
I don't even
Drop
know
the
names
brass.
of stores anymore.
When was the last time
That's-
you were at a mall? I haven't been in a mall.
A
in while.
mall or like a Village Point?
Is Village Point not a mall? That's a mall to me.
Like a month ago.
Yeah, that's a mall.
Okay.
went to
then
Vans.
I stopped by Village Point to drop something off
I was
recently.
at Oakview and went to
There's
the
still
puzzle store.
stuff
See,
in
now I
Oakview?
haven't been to an
Yeah.
indoor mall, like a classic
Yeah,
mall,
yeah.
in a long time.
I thought Oakview was totally shut down
No,
now.
it's
Well,
still
maybe it
alive.
wasn't Oakview. I don't know. Maybe I'm in the wrong location. I'm not from here. I don't know.
Oh, I
don't
know
Speak
what
out
you.
loud.
Okay, so Travis says I think the mall thing was a promotional thing. I think what you were talking about, they did a pop up at the New York, like a Subway.
Oh, I see.
It was.
Okay.
I watched
Yeah,
it. It was
yeah.
really cool.
That's not a mall.
Yeah.
That's a sandwich shop.
That's exact.
I respect that. Okay, fair.
Wow, Nick. Peter writes, I get it. Josh Severance is awesome. This is John. My batting average with you in shows has been very, very high.
Mhm.
Very, very high.
Mhm.
You guys all like Landman, that sort of thing, or like what's the crossover in shows for you two?
Okay, shows that I've recommended to John. Obviously, Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like probably the first recommendation I ever
Mhm.
gave to John.
That's good. That's
Mhm.
Breaking Bad, Mad Men,
Mhm.
The Wire, The Boys was the most recent
Mhm.
one.
John
Mhm.
loved the boys.
I'm trying to think of other stuff in between there, but
I think that's it.
my hit rate has been pretty good with John.
I had
you
to
will-
stop watching The Boys. It got a little too not
Real?
too real. It just
Oh.
got a little too much that I was fearful of who could walk in the room and see what I was watching, and I
A lot of
wouldn't have an
violence.
explanation. You know,
A lot of
like,
violence.
Well, if you'd leave your parents' basement, you'd be better. off.
Listen, I haven't been at my parents' basement in years, John. You'd know this if you would remember my name.
but I think Severance is going to
I'm
be
sorry. I'm sorry, Larry. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I think Severance is the show that I'm about to get annoying about with people. I think it's
Really?
I think everyone. Now the hard part about it
Isn't this though like only the second year?
it's only the second year.
It's the
And
second
they took
season.
like 8 years off
Yeah.
between
3
years.
years off. That
I
sucked.
got into that with Last of Us. Didn't know it was a video game, and so
Really?
I stumbled upon like a huge world of lore and dove right into it.
Great
and
show.
ruined the second season for me, so I don't need to watch it. So
It's interesting that you weren't aware that was a game just because
No.
that was huge when we were teenagers.
yeah. Only video games I've ever played are the NCAA video games and Crash Bandicoot.
That
So,
tracks,
Yep.
Crash
actually.
Bandicoot. Holly tweets in, yes, Severance is back. Thumbs up emoji.
Mhm.
It's a great show.
Yep.
It's a great
But not
show.
a mall. Not a
Yep.
mall.
Well, maybe. You never know.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah, it's good stuff, man. It's really good stuff. So that's what I would recommend to folks. You gotta have Apple though. That's the difference. It's like it's not on like one of the normal. I mean, not normally. Ted Lasso was there, so I guess everybody watched Ted Lasso.
Apple sounds like it to me. It just feels like the rich person like streaming service, so I can't like have it.
Interesting.
But, I know it's not that way. I've had that in my head for so long that I just choose not to get it.
Apple is really annoying because there's a couple shows on there that I want to watch sometimes.
Yeah.
So I either just have to wait for a free trial and then I'll binge
Mm-hmm.
for as long as the free trial is, or I'll just pay for it for a month.
Yeah. Peter says Last of Us 2 and the show is terrible. That's interesting. I loved season 1, and I am so excited for season 2.
Yeah.
I don't know any about the lore.
I listened to 2 different podcasts about it, one from the show and one from people who are fans.
There you go. I love podcasts.
I've seen. I respect your podcast game. Do you run with podcasts?
Oh yeah.
That's cool.
He watches games with podcasts.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Okay, not very
That's
often.
not awesome.
I mentioned
That is
it.
not
I
awesome.
mentioned it in passing one time, and people took it to mean that that's all I do.
Yeah.
It's like a game that I'm half paying attention to, and I'm like, I got to catch up on this podcast.
I listen to.
It's not all the time, John.
Solo plug. I listen to the 1620 The Zone mobile app when I'm at working out, so I can listen to John's call of the Creighton games.
While
I watch the game.
There you go.
And
Are you going to call him a freak?
Yeah. Get on my Peloton and do it that way. Yeah.
Look at Mr. Peloton over here.
Yeah, I can't afford Apple TV, but I do have a Peloton. So.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I was annoyed last night. It was another reminder. And look, the Zone app is a great app, but I wish we could pause instead of stop.
Yes.
Because I wanted to sync up Happer. I wanted to listen to Happer on his first ever call for the men's game.
Just
I've had this issue with John before when, I like listening to John during the tournament especially.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really difficult. You just can't.
I wonder how hard that is to have a
pause button.
Yeah, like a DVR.
It is.
Type
it's
setting
easier on
our app.
the 1620thezone.com to do it that way. I have found because you can actually pause it.
You can pause it on the app,
but it doesn't give you a chance to like track it back. So you just have to get very lucky on how to pause it.
Oh, I
it's
see.
A much different process.
Now I don't know what the rules are, but the other idea that I have thought about is what if John's call was also on zonetv.live or the 1620 Zone YouTube page, because then you can pause.
Yes.
And it's just what if it did a camera on you the whole game? How fun would that be?
I don't want a camera on me all game.
How fun would that be?
I don't want a camera
Remember
on me
Kevin
all game.
Harlan during the tournament last year when he was like, that could be you.
I do not want
Last
a
week we could
camera
all
on me
watch
all
you as
game.
you're like,
could you imagine?
I don't have a voice.
Could you imagine seeing John when he says,
Evan Burrows, you suck! Oh my gosh.
I want to see the veins on the neck popping.
All-timer.
I bet you got at least 3 veins that pop
I have
out.
no idea, but I don't want a camera on me during
Were
the
you
game. I have no objection to simulcasting on the zonetv.live.
Just the audio?
You just don't need my face.
Could we do legally?
I don't know.
Could we get someone to
I don't know
do
why we
like
couldn't.
do sign
why
language
couldn't
of his
we?
call?
Well, who would be?
I mean, it would come down to Creighton ultimately, I think.
But it's just another way to get the audio out.
I don't think Creighton would have a problem with it at all.
I wonder how
the
difficult.
The problem is we need it in writing from them before we can just do things.
I think you should just get a interpreter to do sign language of your call.
So here's
that
what we
way,
could
that
do.
way you have a video element, and it's for the people who are Creighton fans that cannot.
That is a great idea.
So on
how else are they
YouTube,
supposed to see?
just put up a slate graphic. Joey could just put up a slate graphic.
Yeah.
And it's just your audio. So we're not broadcasting any video, so that we're doing something legally from that perspective.
Mm-hmm.
We're not disseminating.
Well, I wonder,
There's your voice.
maybe
This would be sweet.
you could, if there was a way, and believe me, if this is going to create more work for
Life
people
finds a way.
like me,
Or Joey.
I'm not. But if you had a picture of the scoreboard,
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah. Do like old high school huddle, like just do
Or-
that way.
it's just a picture of the scoreboard or the live stats.
Yeah, just share the screen of the live stats.
That actually wouldn't be bad.
That could be cool.
Yeah.
That could be really cool if we can do it.
Hmm.
Odson, I know you're listening. Ask Creighton.
Nick's always
John,
worried about
John has
legalities.
a
Well, I'll
direct
talk-
line
part
to
of my
Creighton.
job.
I'll talk. I'll talk to the people who are interested
Okay.
and who have.
This would be
authority.
sweet if
It's
we
a
could do
great
it. Now
idea.
for the tournament we couldn't do it, and
No.
that's what I
No,
wanted
you
to
couldn't do it.
But
for
I
the
would
tournament.
start listening to you with the TV call every game.
Yeah.
Every game.
Except for when it's Kugler and Bob, then I would just listen to everything at the
There
same
you go.
time. Just get peppered.
Listen to John like a podcast and then watch Kugler.
Bingo.
It'd be really cool if YouTube TV you could dual screen it, so you could watch the game and have John's call there on just the same.
That's what I'm talking about. Someday, that's where technology will be. Someday. Strigoi says, Josh, podcast with everything while awake, ASMR while sleeping.
Mm.
I got the fan rolling while I'm asleep.
Yeah.
That's
We like
basically
We
ASMR.
like noise, though. Just a little noise.
The noise boy.
Dr.
Yeah.
Girlfriend used to listen to medical school lessons and stuff like
That'll
that, like
put
from
you to
classes
sleep.
when she slept, because I don't know, I guess it absorbs somehow. I
Interesting.
don't know.
Does it?
I guess
It's like when someone's in a coma, how you're supposed to talk to them.
I know there's been times where
Babies
I've
and
been
Mozart.
listening. I've been listening to music while I sleep, and then the song will just worm its way into the dream that I'm
yes,
having.
I used to.
That's
do that.
always wild.
Yeah, I used to do that to my roommates. I would play different childhood theme songs outside of their rooms because I could connect to their little Bluetooth speakers.
Are you just playing the Caillou theme song?
I would do Teletubbies. That was my favorite.
Nice.
Yeah, that was a good one. Those were good. So it was psychological warfare more often than not.
Were you a Teletubby kid or a Barney kid?
Ooh.
My
I
mom
think I was a Teletubby kid first, and then it became a Barney kid.
My mom refused to let me watch Barney because she thought he was creepy. So instead, I got to watch Teletubbies, and that explains who I am.
I made the leap from Barney to Jurassic Park
Hold
very
on.
quickly.
A giant purple dinosaur who's basically like any of the large Sesame Street characters is creepy, but the Teletubbies were normal?
That is
apparently.
sus,
I can't speak for my mom.
Iowa logic.
My mom's from
and Florida logic.
I can't speak for my mom here.
Oh,
that's a tough take for her.
I was a Teletubbies kid, and because of that, I'm a weirdo.
Send her to the snow.
I mean, really, that's all Barney was. Barney, he was just a large. It was like Snuffleupagus, but a dinosaur. Kind of had the same voice. Snuffleupagus didn't really sing, but I mean, it's kind of the same deal.
I think mom just didn't like the idea of an adult man in a costume hanging out with kids.
Not like the Teletubbies.
No, I know. I don't.
The
know
Teletubbies were someone's
I'm not
fever
defending
dream.
This. Yes.
This is why I hesitated on voting for the legal medical marijuana, was because it might create more Teletubbies.
They had a pet vacuum cleaner.
But then I got over it.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Says Nick.
Buried in my brain.
I don't partake. I have no anxiety. I'm totally fine.
I still know the name of every single Teletubby.
That's disgusting.
Lala, Tinky Winky, Poe, and Dipsy.
Dipsy. Yeah. I was Dipsy for 3 years.
Probably name random characters from stuff when I was a kid too.
I was a Poe guy.
That's all right. Back in
guy.
my day, we had Bo, Luke, Uncle Jesse, Cooter.
Nice.
Nice.
Is that the show with the Confederate flag?
Yes. One of them.
It had an image of the flag, but never the flag itself.
Oh, on the car? That's
on the car.
That's on the car, right?
And when the car jumped, you only saw the bottom of the car. You didn't see the top of the car where the depiction of said flag was.
That'd be insensitive, yeah.
I always liked that scene in the Dukes of Hazzard movie with Johnny Knoxville and what's his face, because they're in Atlanta, Georgia, and then people are getting mad at them and throwing things at them, and they're like, "Why?"
Never saw that movie.
And then they look up and the Confederate flag.
Never saw the show.
It was a funny way of.
It's a funny movie.
Wait, you saw the show?
No, I never saw the show. Never saw the show. Never saw the movie.
I used to love that show.
I was watching Severance. Nathan says, "My dad has said the day I graduated from Barney to the Power Rangers was one of the happiest days of his life."
That's a big move.
I went Teletubbies to Pokemon.
That's tough.
Yeah,
We were a Yu-Gi-Oh household for a little bit. That was a concerning time.
I'm surprised Nick wasn't a Yu-Gi-Oh.
No, I liked Yu-Gi-Oh. I just like Pokemon.
Because Nick likes being a contrarian.
Nick, did you have fingerless gloves growing up?
No.
Okay.
In the Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon battle that happened when I was a kid, Pokemon won out for me.
Yeah?
Respect.
Yeah.
It was like Blu-ray versus HD DVD.
Yeah. We got in trouble. They banned Pokemon cards at
HD
school
DVD?
because we had this whole black market of Pokemon card trading.
At school?
Yeah.
In
At
Iowa?
school. Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
I watched Tropic Thunder this weekend for the first time in how many years? I have no idea. And there was a famous scene, because that movie came out around the Blu-ray HD DVD wars. And the gosh, I can't remember the guy's name, the real person's name, the guy from Canada who's a part of that kind of. Well, I guess Seth Rogen's also from Canada. Anyway, he's talking about why Blu-ray won over HD DVD, and the Robert Downey Jr. character is like, "Have you been talking to me this whole time?"
You talking about Ben Stiller? Right?
No, not Ben Stiller.
No, the nerdy guy. Yeah,
the nerdy guy.
that's
Yeah,
right,
yeah. And it's just like, wow, it brought me back to being
Bukowski.
a 19-year-old and caring about Blu-rays. And I have a lot of Blu-rays in one of my drawers.
I had a
still have a
Xbox
bunch of Blu-rays.
edition where like you had the
They had HD
connection,
DVD,
right?
right?
Where it had the HD DVD.
Nice.
And we
Whereas
had
the
that
PS3 had the Blu-ray.
Yep, and
that's
that was
what
a
I have.
mistake. We turned into an Xbox house, and no one wanted to hang out with us because we were weird Xbox.
Oh no,
Yeah, it was
that's a
tough. It was
bummer.
tough. Yeah.
They
You
sound
hate
like
being
weird
on the
ones.
wrong side of technology.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you really do. John, what's that like?
I've never been on the wrong side. I always pick the right side.
Mm.
I had VHS, Beta went.
Oh, but Betamax was so much better.
Yeah, but
porn.
That's right, baby.
That's true.
Nice.
Porn really is the reason technology
That's
advanced.
in Tropic Thunder. That's what he talks
says.
about.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
that's
exactly
why
what he
phone
says.
screens got bigger. Because phones were getting smaller and smaller, and then you got smartphones, and then they got bigger and
Wait,
bigger.
is that true?
I believe it. I mean, I don't know if it's true, but I believe it's true.
People look at that on their phones?
I subscribe to that theory.
You subscribe to what?
Never
That phones got bigger because of
Oh.
porn.
never seen nudity
Smartphones.
on a phone before.
It's mobile now. You can take it anywhere.
Chris in Montana texts in. Here's an old man take. Where's the big change when you went from Archie to Mad Magazine? John, you're old.
Yeah, no, this is
I
just
didn't-
for John.
I know Archie.
I don't know
I
what
have
that
no
means.
idea. I mean, I'm aware of what an Archie is, I have no other idea.
Isn't that town of hooligan teenagers that are always running amok?
That's what Riverdale was based on.
Yeah, right?
I have no idea, but I'm going to assume you're right.
There was that guy who had a crown.
The only time I
head,
saw
but
Mad
also just looked
Magazine.
like his head.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
The only time I saw Mad Magazine was when I was at the barbershop. Because the barbershops we always used to go to had lots of magazines.
Oh.
Lots and lots of magazines. And that's the only place I ever read Mad Magazine.
I don't think I've ever read it.
Otherwise, I just like, and you only read it because you were like bored.
Yeah. Do they have any swimsuit editions there?
Oh, I'm probably.
I was way too young,
Yeah,
and most of the
yeah.
jokes went over my head. But I used to watch Mad TV when I was a kid.
Yeah.
On Comedy Central.
Don't think I watched that show.
Yeah, I don't recall it.
Yeah.
We had to change a dentist in my small town because they did have the swimsuit edition at one of the dentists. So we had to switch to the other office because my mom didn't want us reading those. Not a lot of written content in those. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Sports Illustrated
really?
swimsuit edition, but yeah.
It had a lot of written content.
John read the swimsuit issue for the articles.
Yes.
Front and back.
It had a lot of content.
Rick Riley.
Good content.
Give and takes.
Now people can just, apparently, according to Nick, they can bring their large cell phones in.
Nick, how did you
and
find
look
that
at
out
the
on your
porn
phone?
while they wait.
Nudity.
I just stumbled
Do I
across
just Google
it
nudity, or how
accidentally.
does that work?
Yeah, I Googled people kissing once, and it just showed up. It was weird.
People kissing.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
People holding hands. It's crazy.
Is that what you Googled? People
Yes,
holding hands?
people holding
People
hands.
All right, let's see what happens when you Google.
Turn your safe search on.
Yeah, make sure. Do it on Bing.
Yeah, there you
It's
go.
just a lot of. It's kind of more of the "We Are the World of Tomorrow" type situations, where it's not just like handshake meme. It's
That's
more
nice.
like, look, at the world's coming together. Different ethnicities, different people, different genders. Look
That's
at that.
nice.
Look at America or the world. Look at all these people. Yeah.
Asian Joe says, I prefer highlights magazines. I did have a subscription when I was a kid. My
To-
People
grandparents-
actually
highlights.
subscribe to that?
To what?
I thought that was,
Highlights.
again, only in doctor's offices,
I don't know
dental
what
offices,
highlights
and
are. I don't know what that
No,
is.
my grandparents just got me a highlight
it was
subscription.
some,
I'd
it was
get
some kind of an educational
Yeah, it was just like a
magazine.
kid's magazine. They
It was
had
like
puzzles,
kids education.
games.
Like
Kids
if Mr.
magazine?
Rogers was a magazine.
Oh,
it
I
was,
see.
this is
Yeah,
what
only
it
kids
was.
magazine I ever had was Nat Geo Kids.
They had articles for
Perfect.
some reason,
Yep.
but I don't know if they expected kids to read them.
Yeah.
They're
Did the Nat
pictures.
Geo, because the Nat Geos back, the National Geographics back in the day used to have, because they would always go into the tribes and they would be topless. And so that was where that's where the olds got their
Yeah,
porn
right. Yeah.
instead of big cell phones. So did the Nat Geo kids
thought
have
the
any?
old-
I
naked
don't
people?
remember that, but I do remember Sports Illustrated kids would have they would always
Kid swimsuit edition.
No, God, John.
Problematic,
God.
No.
No.
Oh, John's losing his voice again.
Kids. We see kids in swimsuits.
Yeah, but we don't need a magazine.
All
We
right.
don't need a magazine.
I was
of
going to
them.
say they used to take like one of the adult version of like the magazine, like one of the stories from there, and they would put it in for like the kids version. You get to read it. And I remember there was one about I can't remember who it was, but it was like a certain player
Michael
or
Vick?
something. It might have been.
Oh, no.
And they were like spotlighting him and like talking about like his come up and stuff. I don't think it was Michael Vick. Now I say it out loud because I remember specifically.
So you know
like,
Pokemon? It's like that.
Michael Vick?
Yeah, if they would have
Oh,
did the kid version of that story.
okay.
Anyway,
Anywho.
continue.
But yeah, anyway, so I just remember that then like a month later, there was like all these like sexual assault charges that like came up against that player.
Oh,
And it was,
SI Kids,
no.
Ray Caruth.
Yeah, so not good. Not good.
Wouldn't have been good, John. That wouldn't have been
I'm
good.
guessing
at all.
Ray Caruth never appeared in an SI Kids.
No.
I'm
I hope
hoping not.
Yeah, that'd be bad. That'd be really, really bad.
Yes, very bad.
Very bad.
Wow.
Magazine talk, all that good stuff.
Wow.
Magazine.
All that
Kids
stuff.
these days.
Yeah.
Magazine.
We went backwards in technology during this crossover.
I
That was pretty
wonder
impressive.
what is still the largest magazine, physical magazine in circulation?
Playboy.
Is
You
Playboy-
think?
I
Yeah.
don't know about that one.
Because Nick says you can get it on your phone.
Yeah, true. But gas stations have to load up on those anyway. Probably Phil
I've
Steele's
never-
magazine.
I
Phil
ne-
Steele.
I've never seen a Playboy or anything
Oh.
like that at a gas station. People always talked about it. I've just never seen it.
Yeah.
Well, that's because it's in the
It's by the motor oil.
it's in the one
Yeah.
bathroom.
All right.
That
I
you
got
have to carry a cement block that's attached to the
Yep,
key to
yes.
get into.
I have the answer. Now, this is as of December 2023.
Oh, that's of over a year old.
Does anyone want to guess?
It's a magazine.
This is a magazine. It has the circulation number is staggering.
Is it Time?
No.
How
Time.
about
Time is a good guess.
Better
Time is 26.
Homes and
Ooh,
Gardens?
yeah, good one.
See, John, you are in the neighborhood. Better
Okay.
Homes and Gardens is 5 at 3 million.
Wow.
So it's like Better Homes and Gardens.
It's not like a Food Network
Kind of.
magazine, right? Nothing like that?
Kind of.
Is it Martha Stewart Living?
No, where is she at?
The Oprah magazine.
Is
I don't know
it-
if she's on there?
Is it Good Housekeeping? Is that a magazine?
Oh, that's
Good
a good one. Good housekeeping.
I'll just tell you, it is AARP.
Oh,
Oh, well.
22.
Of course. Those are the same thing. You're right.
22 million. See, now, how, though? This is offices, right? This isn't people.
No, it's probably members.
See, we
'Cause
you
if
know you
you're
don't
a
have to be
member of
old.
A-
We are members of AARP.
Did you know that
Right.
there's no minimum
Who's this
age?
we?
That's what I'm saying. My
Yeah.
wife and I are members because it gives you. I'm trying to remember why we joined. It was like hotels. It gives you really good hotel prices.
We
love hotels.
we could join AARP.
And that's
right
why
now.
we have the
Yeah.
magazine.
There's no minimum.
So we
age.
get
I
one.
love
We
that.
There
get
you go.
we get
That's
AARP.
why. That's why.
Now, if you want to go like,
But-
so the top 3 are that, the AARP bulletin. I don't know what that is. Maybe that's what we get. Costco Connection.
Yep, I have that.
Which we also get
I
that.
do that. I get that.
Something called American Main Street, which I have no idea what that is. And then Better Homes and Gardens. And so, like, there's a precipitous drop off between 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then 5.
Pretty
It's
impressive.
22, 22, 15, 10 million, and then all the way down to 3. Because I think that's when you start getting into like actual
Subscription. Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
normal, like you have to actually subscribe to the magazine.
It's content you are reading.
People
not,
is number 7. Reader's Digest is number 8. Us Weekly number 10. Golf Digest number 12.
Good for them.
People love
Sounds
Golf
like
Di-
another old magazine.
My parents, I was just house sitting. You know what my parents had at their house?
Golf Digest.
Golf
Digest.
Digest. Sports Illustrated 22nd.
Didn't
That thing
realize
used
it
to be
still had
way
that.
higher.
Yeah.
New Yorker 21st. Vanity Fair 23. Golf Magazine 24.
Mm.
People love golf.
Golf Digest,
People
not
love-
Golf Magazine.
Yeah, Golf Digest
but
was
like with
number
the
1 of the golfers.
AARP,
They prefer to digest golf.
Yes.
Not,
with the AARP,
Yeah.
you're getting it because you're a member.
Yes. So you're not subscribing to the magazine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So I'm wondering about actually physically, hey, I want to subscribe to this magazine.
Yeah, paid for a subscription.
That
yeah.
is probably Better Homes and Gardens, right?
Yeah.
Do we think that's the answer?
I
John.
think so.
What
Well,
is
must be.
American Main Street? There's not even a link to this one on.
probably American Bandstand, but in magazine form.
Let's
Have all the
see.
lyrics.
American Main Street.
It's the largest group of consumer
What a poll.
publications in the U.S. serving the rural marketplace. Okay.
Well, that sounds like it's like an umbrella company for several magazines. Like,
Mm.
Oh, you're right, John. Alabama Living, Colorado Country Life, Florida Current. So it looks like it's like a
Oh.
state by state thing,
Yeah.
but all
That
of them
makes sense.
together.
Well, that's cheating.
It definitely is, Nick. So I think Better Homes and Gardens is the answer.
You can't just boost your numbers like that.
3 million in circulation. Number 5.
Wow, I respect that. Good hustle by the magazine business.
Seriously.
For now.
to stay
Do you
alive.
remember like all of those like early 2000s movies? The female lead in a rom com was always like the head of a magazine company.
That's true.
Or she
Uh-huh.
was like the lead writer. That was like pretty significant.
Yeah.
That was a pretty significant role. Like
Mhm, yeah.
more often than not.
Got to design the magazine.
How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days.
Magazine.
That was one of them.
Was the one with Mel Gibson? Was she a magazine or
Passion of the Christ?
not that one?
no.
She was a
What a
commercial.
woman won.
Passion of
Did
the
she do-
Christ, one of the fine rom-coms of the
Yes.
2000s.
Did she do a magazine or was she more just an advertiser?
It was advertising or magazine.
because I remember
but,
her
yeah.
doing
was
like,
advertising.
Nike
Was it?
something,
Yeah.
right? Remember that?
Because
Well,
it was,
They had to keep pitching stuff, right?
That's right,
So
yeah.
it's probably
yeah,
advertising.
that was,
It's like Lifetime movies. The main character is always a woman who left her small town to go to the big city to
Yeah.
work in a magazine.
Duncan says 13 going
website.
on 30. Was that? I never saw that
Hmm.
one. Was that a magazine one?
It might have been. Yeah, it might have been. Anne Hathaway.
Asian Joe says, what's better than magazines? Subscribing to 1620 the email. Am I right?
Whoa.
Absolutely.
100%.
It's like a
Subscribe
magazine
today.
on your computer,
But
and not as long.
Not as long.
not
with
as long,
fewer
not as
ads.
annoying.
Easily digestible. Free.
Wow.
There will not be a Nick swimsuit edition.
1620 the digest.
Yeah.
What do you mean yet?
Yeah.
I've
John,
got,
that's one of our new
John, let me
plans.
cook. Don't worry about it.
We want to raise subscriptions, not lower them.
You don't think people would subscribe if they could see Nick's goober body on a magazine? I'd be interested.
Yeah.
No offense.
It's morbid curiosity. I
yeah,
get it.
John, we could all do this.
Just do it for
Take
like
off our
picks
shirts.
next fall.
F
And then we
no.
can turn them into a calendar.
We could turn it 1620 the calendar.
Yeah, I'm
1620 the
good.
swimsuit calendar.
That would
I'll
be
let
bad.
I'll let you guys take that one.
Okay.
Want to be February?
Me?
Yeah, why
I
not?
barely work here.
Yeah,
oh,
you're here
that does
enough.
make sense. I should
I
be
barely
February then.
work
You
here.
host
Uh-huh.
Blue Jay Shoot Around on 1620
I
the
do.
Zone.
Mhm.
Yeah, we
Say,
see you
coming
every
soon.
time.
I know.
1620 the Zobe's YouTube channel.
It's true.
So we can
It's huge.
Yeah, do all that stuff.
Someone got to set that up, Joey.
Gonna be great.
Do
Set that up for
all
us.
that stuff.
Do all
Be
that
good
stuff.
stuff. Good
All that
times.
stuff. All right, what's coming up today?
All right.
Anything big?
Okay. Freak out. I don't know.
Just a show. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna have a meltdown at some point.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, Josh.
because Aaron Glenn got hired away from your Cowboys?
No, it's not so much that, but just what the Cowboys are gonna do.
Oh, why is that? Are you afraid?
Well, that's a tease. You have to stay tuned.
Okay.
At some point.
Glory
during the
I
show.
hate a good tease. I hate a good tease.
That, yeah. You got to stay tuned.
All right. Well,
Having
fellas,
a bad time.
We
good
will
to
have
see you on
fun.
Wednesday. Always good to see you, Jake.
Good to see you, Tom.
Yep. Always.
You're gone now, right? So we won't see you
Yep,
until
I'm gone till Saturday. Blue Jay shoot
Saturday,
around.
Blue Jay shoot around
11 a.m.
11
I
a.m.
won't be here for that.
Pink out edition.
Can't wait to say Connor Happer's back on the call. I think I do control that. If I say it, it has to happen, right?
Sorry, John.
Oh,
You
wow.
are now Jay's live.
John really did get Wally Pip.
Yeah, I don't
Well,
think
that would
that's
be
a good idea.
Well, April 1st would only be for the Final Four. That'd be a fun bit where Happer does a game and John does Jay's live.
Mm.
That'd be an
That'd
interesting
be a fun bit.
Yeah,
Fun
for
bit.
sure.
Mhm.
All right.
Do it on February 29th. Just every 4 years.
I refuse to do Jay's live unless they give me the Bob Barker microphone.
Well, maybe they will.
Yeah,
Never
you can
know.
ask.
Anything is possible, just if you believe.
Man, John, there's so much news that we have to talk about.
Is there?
I'm serious. Well,
Is
this
there?
one, it's a name, an ESPN name that you love saying. They have moved on from him.
Oh.
Whoa.
Or Book.
Mm-hmm.
Magnus.
Oh,
Yep.
that's
They
terrifying.
have moved
Oh.
on. They've moved on from Book.
I thought you were talking about the Paul Sewald contract with the Cleveland Guardians.
No, I don't know what that means.
He's a pitcher.
But Trent Baalke is also out in Jacksonville.
Uh-oh. So much to
2.5
get into.
weeks after the regular season ended.
Well, they forgot they weren't in the playoffs.
Yeah, I saw somebody tweet that it was like they woke up from a hangover and was like, crap, forgot to do it.
In their own
Forgot
pool,
to get rid of him. He's still here.
Got to set your alarm clock.
They just
Good.
they thought he
Fire
was,
GM.
Yeah, they thought he was just what are you still doing here, Trent?
Yeah.
Just hanging around?
They
Oh,
tried
man.
to do it a few times, but then they went to dinner. They kind of talked, thought it was going to work out.
Yeah. Imagine if they could have hired Ben Johnson, but
That
they
would've been
didn't
something.
because they were like, no, we like Trent Baalke, and now they fired him.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Maybe he's a problem. I had a
Yikes.
former coworker once who got fired and just didn't show up to work for like 3 days, so she technically didn't get fired, and then she was never fired. So that was
That's kind
Oh.
of like Office Space.
yeah, it was pretty crazy.
You could just do that.
We
fixed
were all
the
told we were sent an
glitch.
old company email on Monday, like this person has been removed, and then on Wednesday she was like back at work, and we were like, "What happened?" She was like, "I just didn't show up the day I got fired." So
Wow.
she was still there.
Wait, so if you're not there the day you get fired, even if the email is sent out, you're
guess it doesn't count. Yeah.
interesting.
She said she got the email and she was like, "I'm going to take 2 days off." And then Wednesday she came back in the office and was working at her desk.
Is she still there?
Yeah.
What?
She's just hanging out,
Incredible.
yeah.
What a power move.
I know she's still there doing her same thing. Proud of her.
That's great.
I guess, yeah.
Good for them.
What are they going to do? Fire you
I
again?
know. Showed a lot of
It's like
motivation.
double jeopardy. You can't fire someone twice.
That's right.
True.
That's right.
All right, I'm going to
All
get
right.
out of here before I get
Thank
fired.
you.
Bye,
Crossover
Austin.
powered by
That
Everlevel
is-
Concrete. Oh, it's not me.
No, go.
Come on,
please,
dude.
No,
Come on
you
now.
know what? You do.
Crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Have a good show.
That's Austin
Bye-bye.
Jacobson. I'm John. He's Josh. He's Nick. We're coming back. Grum's next.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7.
It's Ted from Supercellular, the guy in the orange sweater and this is my call. If you're too much of a wireless service, you don't have to keep having that night. You can Supercellular, the same fast reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for limited time, new customers receive second month free when they sign up. Use promo code SECFREE by January 26th. So what's spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit supercellular.com.
Taxes and charges. See website for additional details. story.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, you. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, it's good to be back in the building.
Look at this, all of us here together.
This is the first time it's happened in forever, it feels.
It does feel like since 2024.
It's been 6 days.
Wow. Might as well be last year.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Rogue One.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I was about to chastise Josh for
What'd I do?
Well, you had
What'd I do?
You had the NBA Today on ESPN.
Hell, I wanted to learn about the NBA
You've already
today.
moved along. You've already moved on from college football.
Might as well.
Is Rogue One the best Star Wars movie?
No.
It's not the best, but I really enjoyed it.
I think it's my favorite one.
We're getting so close to Andor Season 2. Comes out in April. Be great if one of us in the studio who loves Star Wars and loves Rogue One, it's the lead up to Rogue One.
I should watch it.
You should. We could then talk about it. We could do Star Wars stuff.
I do like Star Wars stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I canceled my Disney Plus too.
Oh, no! You canceled it?
I don't have any use for it.
Well, Andor Season 2, the final season of Andor. You should bring it back.
Oh,
Dude, these episodes apparently are like $50 million an episode or something is what they're paying. Like, it is ridiculous. So come back for a month, 2 months, 3 months. I don't know, however long it takes.
Or maybe just wait until it's all out.
No, but then we could talk about it on the show.
Yeah, but
we could do a weekly on the show.
See, that's the thing about these streaming series.
April 22nd, 3 months from today.
These streaming series it's not like old-fashioned TV where every Thursday night you watched Cheers or you watched Friends.
So that'll be a Tuesday. We could watch it on Tuesdays and talk about it on Wednesdays.
But we could wait until every episode is in the can and been dropped, and then we can pick every Tuesday after that.
Why is
that different?
Yeah, that's the exact same.
No. I'm looking out for us, Nick.
But how?
See, Josh wants us to watch it as each show drops.
How is doing it every Tuesday for 3 months afterwards?
That's what we did. We did it with Hot D.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
No. You're not getting where I'm going here.
No,
see,
obviously.
I'm trying to save us money by we wait until the whole series is out,
and then you binge it,
and then we binge it.
But then we still talk about it once a week.
Well, yeah, that's what that way.
So we
you
have
get
to
what
take,
you want, and we get what we want.
So we have to take notes on episodes. Like, remember episode 1 3 months ago that you watched? That's the dumbest idea I've ever heard, John.
Hey, John, I understand what you're doing, and I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I have Disney.
Yeah,
you're the only one who doesn't.
Oh, all right. Well, then you guys talk about it.
He's
And
just
I'll just sit
He's
back
never
and,
watched it for some reason.
I just haven't.
I'll just.
I think
back and
I wanted to
enjoy.
watch everything in order, like timeline order, and every time I start, I kind of fizzle out.
Yeah, well, maybe
because
don't
there's a
do that
lot.
and just watch the show. Maybe try just
But
the
there's
show.
things that get That's the annoying thing about these Star Wars series is there's Easter eggs and other references. Like there's Clone Wars references and Rebels references.
Not a
in
big
Rogue
deal.
One.
Yeah, well, the show is great. just watch the show. It's meant to be self-contained. It's meant to be self-contained.
Until they put in an Easter egg and you're like, oh, I get that Easter egg because of this.
Yeah, well, you know what? If it's an Easter egg that I don't understand, it's not a big deal that I missed it. It's not a big deal that I missed it.
I don't want to get
It's a
Star
great
Wars
Nick.
FOMO.
It is, Andor might be the best Star Wars.
Really?
Yeah, it's awesome. It's really good.
I never did finish Ahsoka.
Yeah.
I should finish Ahsoka.
There you go.
Hi, John.
Well, it's always good when you're doing the dishes to finish the Ahsoka.
Nice, John.
Nice.
Nice, John. I think Nick watches some of the Ahsoka on his phone because apparently that's what he
that's
uses.
right, because that's why the
Only
phones got bigger.
in
He's
Utah.
watching the Ahsoka.
Mm-hmm.
Only in Utah.
Mm-hmm.
The Grum down, which is loading as we speak.
Mm-hmm.
It's taking its own sweet time. Is brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. You know, I don't think we gave them enough credit yesterday when we
Thank you.
processed the Grum down, so we'll do it again. The referees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Thank you,
presenting the Grum
referees.
Down. The Blue Jays smother the Blue Demons.
Yeah, they did. They whooped dad ass last night, John.
The Huskers try to exorcise their demons tonight. Not exorcise
the demons.
Not exorcise, exorcise.
They're going to exercise?
Well, they are going to exorcise by trying to exorcise their demons. Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7 will be in the green room here. In a little
I
bit.
sent him the link. Can't wait to talk to him.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Matt Rhule and Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Uh-oh, that's a video. That's video.
Dolphins, Steelers,
Oh,
Cowboys,
oh.
Niners, Pats, Chiefs. Speaking of that, Mitch Holthus, AFC title tilt talk fest.
For the 7th straight January, we are talking to Mitch ahead of an AFC championship game that the Kansas City
That
Chiefs are
is
involved in.
insane. You know, I thought, and
That's
I
a
was,
record, right?
I was nauseated enough.
Patriots went to 8 in a row.
Oh.
I was nauseated enough when it felt like Dallas was in every championship game back in the early 80s and then in the mid 90s.
And that was only, 4 or 5 in a row?
Yeah.
Nick, since 2011, the Patriots or the Chiefs have been in every conference championship game.
Gross.
Because the first Chiefs one was the last Patriots one. Since 2011, one of those two teams has been in every single game.
So who was in the one that wasn't?
No, since 2011. They've
No, that's what I meant. But what was the one that wasn't? What was the one in 2010? Was that Steelers Jets?
2010 would have been Steelers. Yes, it would have been Steelers Jets.
Wow.
Yeah. So the last one that did not feature Kansas City or New England was Pittsburgh and New York.
Wow.
And the Jets, that was the famous can't wait
game
when they upset
because they beat the Patriots.
14-2 Patriots in the divisional round. It was
funny.
insane. That might have been the best Patriots team of that era that didn't win. Well, besides the undefeated one.
Damn.
That was a good Patriots team. And they got destroyed. The Jets, they whooped them that day.
Who beat the Patriots in that undefeated season?
Giants.
That'd be the
Who?
New York Football Giants.
Why are you like this, Nick?
I think it's funny.
Who beat you up in 5 minutes?
I play both sides, so I always come out on top.
The answer is me.
The Corleone, speaking of people beating each other up,
Oh.
the Corleones and the Barzinis are meeting again, a.k.a. the SEC and the Big Ten.
Oh, I was like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a Godfather reference, kids.
Yeah, we done that in Movie Club.
We have.
Did we do Godfather 2?
No.
No, we have not done GF2.
All right, well, save that for the
that
summer
what
when
the
we don't have
kids call it?
sports to watch.
I mean, I would assume
On
the
TikTok.
kids today would call it GF2.
No, they'd call it, can I watch it in 100,000 parts on TikTok because I don't want to sit down for a 3
I thought we
hour.
banned that. Isn't that over?
No.
Who put it on the list that it wasn't going to be banned? And I had a bunch of dorks reaching out to me. No, it's going to get banned. President T saved it, John.
It was never actually banned.
Yeah, it was.
No, it got the owner shut it down and then put up a message. Oh, please, Mr. Trump, save it. But
then
it
they
didn't
did.
actually. He didn't actually have
It's
to shut
back.
it down.
Oh,
John.
He just shut it down to
I
make
was kind of hoping it'd
President
be.
T look like
Nope.
a savior.
It's still there.
Well, congratulations to those of you who continue to want to give all your private information to the Chinese government. The NFL coaching carousel is still spinning. In fact, it's landed on a
few.
Landed on a new locale for
Yeah.
one of the head coaches.
Yeah, and if you missed it, Trent Baalke is out again from the Jaguars, which is just so funny because they could have fired him a few weeks ago and maybe gotten Ben Johnson. But now they still don't have a coach or now a GM. Yikes.
See, Josh, it can always be worse.
Why don't you do it? Why don't you GM the Jags?
Sure. Sounds good to me. Apparently, Con is a good owner to work for you. He's kind of hands off.
Apparently not hands off enough.
I don't know if I'd want to live in Jacksonville, though. Of all the big cities in Florida, that one just seems like gray all the time.
Well, they got snow.
Just does. Every time it's like, welcome to Jacksonville. And it's like, oh, gray. I don't want that. I want sun.
You want sun, Florida.
I like blue skies.
And Dan Hurley last night
pulled
the "Do you know who I am" card.
Unbelievable.
I missed that part of the game. I wish I would have caught that when it happened.
What I'm annoyed by, so I saw the tweet last night, and I saved it for today because I was like, this would be a funny video. And then what happens? It gets, what's the DMCA? What's the thing, Nick, where the people reach out and they say, remove this video. This is copyright. I think
copyright
DCMA.
claim.
It's one of those.
Like
yeah.
So it was gone because it was the field of 68 people that tweeted.
Yeah.
So then I had to go searching for it. And most of them were recorded off of TV, but I finally found one. We'll play that video later.
So that's all coming up on the Grum Down, brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. But last night, not related to UConn.
No, but the Big East.
But the Big East.
Yeah, everyone, you were telling me yesterday DePaul's good now. I didn't see a good team last night. I saw a team that got destroyed.
I said they're better.
Like 10 and poo.
Nice.
I said they're better. They're better than previous DePaul's. But remember, there's many levels they have to climb.
That's true.
To attain goodness.
It's like saying that poop doesn't smell as bad as normal poop.
You know, there's
still poop though.
The blue demons, but there's 9 layers of hell that they have to.
I always forget about the 9 layers.
Yeah.
Dante's Inferno, John.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of what they put DePaul's offense in last night.
The 9. Which level of hell was DePaul's offense in last night?
Number 11. That'd be that'd be the Kalkbrenner level of hell.
Yeah, that's not the level of hell you want to be in if you're the opposition.
And it's unique for me because I haven't watched.
What was that?
I haven't
like?
watched a Creighton game in this way in over a decade. But it was. I mean, if there was one thing, and I guess unique or fun about not being there last night.
Got to hear Nick Baugh.
I did listen to Nick. Did listen to Connor. I kind of went back and forth. But watching Creighton's defense work last night
from that angle,
it was one of their better defensive performances. In fact, we'll have some numbers to back it up here in just a minute. But the way because DePaul loves to shoot the three.
They didn't do that very well.
They love to spread the floor, and they tried to spread the floor. I mean, they're big. Skogman, who Mac talked about in the pregame show with Connor, it was something they were worried about. They're going to pull the big guy away from the basket. And that's the Villanova strategy when you use Dixon as a three-point shooter, which he's very good at. And that's why that matchup has been a very difficult one for Kalkbrenner and Creighton the last few years. DePaul, kind of a similar philosophy. You got a shooting 5 out there, yet the Jays, man, the way they moved, they switched screens, the way they stayed in front of people. It seemed like, and I tried. It's hard when you watch. Again, this is a unique experience for me, so it's not for the rest of you.
John, this is what I do every game.
This is what you do all the time. But for me, it was hard for me not to just ISO on Kalkbrenner and just watch him and watch his activity and watch how he's setting things up. Watch how Creighton is funneling shooters downhill towards him. Watching how he can roll and recover back to getting to where he needs to be. But also trying to appreciate everyone else's activity. I mean, Mason Miller continues to play well on defense. Here's a guy who, is playing basically anywhere from 16 to 24 minutes a game-ish.
Mm-hmm.
Might take one shot a game. Likely won't score. He's only scored in, I believe it's 5 different games this year. Yet he has played in every game this year. And to watch what he has been able to do defensively, chasing guys down, watching how hard Stephen Ashworth fights through screens. He's Creighton's best at doing that. Appreciating what Jemiah Neal has been able to do from a defensive perspective. The reason why this team has been able to recover from the loss of Pop Isaacs and has put together their best stretch of basketball isn't really as much what they've done on the offensive side. It's what they've done on the defensive side. In a lot of ways, this year is emblematic or resembles what it was 4 years ago when you had all the young freshmen, Kaluma and Nemhard, Trey, when they were just getting started, and then and you just tried to piece it together and grind out games. It's a combination of that, but you also have the preeminent defensive player in the Big East Conference, and you have a savvy fifth-year veteran point guard. And as Mac has said, when you can start with those two pieces, that's a great starting point, and then you build everything else around that. And last night was, and I went back because I used our buddy Bart. So going back to that 21-22 season, this is the team that had Ryan Hawkins for the 1 year. They went to the NCAA tournament, won that thriller against San Diego State in overtime, then lost in a hard-fought game against Kansas in the round of 32.
Yeah.
And that's kind of, I wouldn't say that's the start of the run, but I went back to that year. These are according to Bart Torvik, Creighton's best adjusted defensive efficiency games. So this is the analytics of the quality of the defense that you played, factoring in the quality of the opponent.
Sure.
Okay?
Yep.
So it's trying to equalize everything. So it's not just looking at, they held, for example, Houston Christians on this list, held them to 43 points. Of course, that's going to be a good defensive effort. But as an opponent, how good are they compared to a UConn, et cetera?
Yeah.
But these are the best Bart Torvik adjusted defensive efficiency games Creighton's played. Last night was number 2.
Wow.
Number 2. Only surpassed by the Kennesaw State game. That was the early season game in 21.
Yeah, not the opener, right? It was one of those early, within the first week, though, or so.
It was either the opener or the second.
Because it was one of those games
but
where
Kennesaw State,
ugh.
they fell behind.
Yeah.
And then fought back. They
got off to a funky start that
Yeah.
year. They were winning, but the games weren't very pretty.
Right. 51-44.
Wow, and last night's number 2.
Last night was number 2. The Houston Christian game from earlier this season was number 3. But you look at some of the other games on this list.
There's some heavy hitters.
UConn twice.
Couple times, yeah.
Villanova, the only one they lost in this bunch, that was the Big East tournament final from that 21-22 season. DePaul, Georgetown, and from last year, the Nebraska game. Those are the best. When I say last year, last season.
Yeah.
Nebraska game.
Yeah, last night's one of those games where, they're going to win. They're favored going in. I guess maybe there was some concern from Creighton fans just given they're coming off of a huge win on the road at UConn and, maybe an announcer jinx with Happer on the call. So the thing I'm looking for in a game like this is, okay, are you able to perform, well above the expectation of the game? And whatever you want to look at, like a Bart, a Ken Palm, the point spread, of course, whatever you want to do. And they did. And they did. I mean, they well outperformed that. I mean, essentially, the game is pretty much over within, I think, the first media time out of the second half. It was like, all right, ball game. This thing is toast. With the way that they were playing defense, and it's not even like the offense got up to a great start, too.
No, the offense, it was a struggle. I mean,
what was it? It was 3-0 for like 5 minutes, basically. 4 or 5 minutes.
It was 3-0 for a while, and in the first media, it was like 8-3.
Yeah, and so,
8-1.
I mean, that's how, so the offense got off to a sluggish start, but the defense was there, the entire night. And so it makes sense that this ends up being the second best defensive performance. And now, again, 4th straight win. It's not that they beat DePaul where it's like, oh, cool, sing their praises. It's how they looked, and that they just continued to find different ways, I think, to play basketball well and to come off of that UConn win and to win by this many points, 24 points, against an overmatched foe. Though, an overmatched foe that has played a lot better this year, and has played better against better competition.
Overtime.
Yeah.
They took Marquette to overtime. They've lost 3 games. We talked about it yesterday. Their 3 overtime losses flip those from being, 4-3 in league instead of 1-6 or whatever they were yesterday. So that was part of that.
We talked about the 3-pointers yesterday. They came into this game 13th in the country in made 3-pointers per game, basically averaging 11 per game. They made 10 or more in 13 of 18 games. Most 3-pointers made in the Big East Conference. And what did they do last night? 3 of 23. I mean, that is a horrifically low.
And again, and sometimes you look at it and you go, well, a team just didn't have a good shooting night. And sure, they didn't have a good shooting night, but it was the quality of shot that they were getting.
Mm-hmm.
They were having to go very deep into the shot clock. Yeah. They were not getting a lot of what would be called in-system attempts. I think in the first half, they held them to 19 points. I think only 7 of those points were scored in system. The rest were either second chance points, offensive rebounds, or they got a couple of steals and breakaway, transition buckets.
Yeah.
But when they were in system, meaning they have to set up their offense, they only had 7 first half points.
Yeah.
It was really good. And so, I think Mac said it best. It was a mature effort last night.
Yeah. Mature.
Because it's very easy when you win a game like you do at UConn, you go on the road, go all the way across the country, then fly all the way back, then fly to Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be easy to get caught up in the, hey, look at us.
Yeah.
Pat ourselves on the back. Instead, they went out and actually probably put forth a better effort than they did against UConn and won the game. And so now, we've been talking all season, Marquette, St. John's, UConn. We now have to consider Creighton is now a contender.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, by record, they already were because they were tied with UConn and still are.
By performance.
But by performance and by the eye test and how they're looking.
And wow, man, how the vibes have shifted 1 month later.
Yes.
After the injury, which was on the 4th against Kansas, right? That was when Pop got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And they get the win versus UNLV, but they have those 2 losses in a row, including that absolute beatdown by Georgetown. And to think of where the mindset was then when they were 7-5 versus today when they're 13-6.
One more quick thing, take a break, and Schaefer will join us next. When you consider the opponents, this was a tweet from Matt DeMarinis, White and Blue Review last night. They've now played 5 of their 10 Big East road games. At this point, Creighton has played the 3rd hardest league schedule. They played all the contenders that they're on the same floor with. The other 3 teams, St. John's, Marquette, UConn, have played the 3 easiest conference schedules to this point.
Interesting.
So
another thing to like.
A lot of things to like right now for the white and the blue. A lot of things to like with our next guest, Mr. Schaefer, Husker 24/7, who will join us in a moment on 1620 The Zone.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
This statement has not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
When it comes to my lifestyle and diet, I don't always make the smartest choices.
Touchdown! Woo! Hey, how about another round and some more chips?
But when it comes to taking care of my liver, I do make one very smart choice. Active liver tablets from New Nordic. I used to have real issues with my liver, and at my last checkup, my doc was concerned about my numbers. But since adding a once-a-day active liver tablet, my gut's better, I feel great, and my doctor's happy. I ask a lot of my liver, so the least I can do to say thanks is a daily dose of active liver.
You ask a lot of your liver, so give it the support it needs with Active. Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. It's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
And I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
Well, I was thinking of Schaefer while I was trying to not think about me being sick, watching the Lions losing to Washington, and the epic rant that Schaefer went on that you heard part of there during
basically a year ago
during the Open. So I have to imagine a small smile pursed across your lips.
Massive smile.
Last Saturday as you watched Jared Goff retreat back into what we Rams fans call big game Goff.
Oh, no.
And watch the Washington Commanders just move the ball up and down the square. Just up and down the square.
You know, I don't think it's fair to Jared Goff to single him out when the entire team didn't show up for the city that you have to feel good for. And boy, did I feel good about that.
I got to watch it with Schaefer.
Are we done with that now? Like, we don't have to listen to you have to feel good for Detroit. They're a failure like every other franchise in America when they make it into the playoffs and they don't leave as Super Bowl champions. Congratulations to Detroit. You're just like everyone else. You're a failure. Pin it to your chest. Wear it all off season. Nobody needs to hear about it ever again. You failed. We all fail. Welcome to the cult.
It is interesting. I mean, I understand because we get the same dynamic, not that we've seen it recently, but when the Browns would make the playoffs, we would get the same dynamic of, oh, hard luck Cleveland. Let's show the grainy old footage of the last time they won the NFL championship and how downtrodden
Jim
they've been.
Brown.
A lot of franchises, obviously, Schaefer, you and I were very familiar in 2016. You know, the Cubs and the Guardians, then the Indians. And before that, obviously the Red Sox.
Yeah.
There's one old franchise, the oldest franchise, who if they ever get into the playoffs, no one ever talks about the downtrodden Cardinals. Not the St. Louis Cardinals, I mind you. Talking the Arizona Cardinals. The oldest, literally the oldest professional franchise. They were in existence before the NFL.
Nobody treats them that way.
You never hear about the warm and fuzzies for the Cardinals. Now, maybe some of that is because, they've moved several times. They used to be in Chicago, and then in St. Louis, then in Arizona. But every other, the Lions and the Browns, it's, shucky darns, oh, darn it. But when the Cardinals get it, it's just
nobody cares.
Oh, hey, here's the Cardinals.
Yeah, I have to think it has to do with moving
probably
as often as they have. And I have never been to a Cardinals game. I don't really know what that fan base actually is, since so much of Phoenix is like a transplant city anyways. I think a lot of people claim them as like a second team when they live down there, but I don't know that there's like this full-throated, massive Arizona Cardinals community. Now, there's certainly people that are individually become Cardinals fans, but it has to have like one of the smaller fan bases in the NFL, right? Part of that is there's not an association or a history with it. And then on top of it, it's sort of a transient operation in a lot of the same way. Different because it's much older, but it's how I would think of the Rockies in Major League Baseball. Like, a lot of people that live in Denver aren't originally from Denver and didn't grow up, listening to the Rockies on the radio in 1994 or whenever it was that they opened up. So it's sort of in one of those communities, similar to if like Portland ever got a baseball team. Like, a lot of people just don't live in these places that are just originally there and grew up and have roots in it. It's a very transient communities. And I think that's part of it with Arizona. Plus,
I guess that makes sense.
They made the Super Bowl with Kurt Warner. That was probably one of the 10 best Super Bowls in the last 25 years. There's a radio topic for you if you want to put together your lists and compare.
I think a lot of people have that as number one. People really love that Super Bowl.
Number one. I don't know.
I don't think it's the best.
Certainly not better than Rams and Titans, which is still my number one after all these.
Is that your number one?
I know it's John's number one.
I have a couple.
I think Patriots Seahawks. I think is like that one was incredible.
What do you do if you hated both of those teams and didn't want to see either one win?
Exactly.
No, that's
exactly. I was like, I hated New England so much, but
were you rooting for Seattle in that one?
Yes.
And so that makes the ending all the funnier.
But actually, the ending made it now more palatable because it's like, well, the Patriots are going to win anyway. Oh, but the Seahawks did something really stupid to choke it away.
Yeah.
So I get the best of both worlds.
That's true.
So I take a little bit of it.
What the best of the Chiefs Super Bowls, because they've had dramatic ones, but like the game flow of those haven't been. I don't know. Like, I don't know that there was one where I was just like on the edge of my seat. They were in overtime this past year, and I guess maybe that would be
probably the Eagles won, right? I mean, the Eagles won. Like the Eagles got up by a couple scores. The Chiefs would come back, and I do think they traded. Didn't they go blow for blow in the fourth quarter?
Yeah.
But it's kind of mired by the pass interference call, and you just tick out the clock and you kick a field goal, and the game is over.
Well, and then the like weird fumble recovery touchdown. Like, it didn't. Like, if I was talking about an Eagles Super Bowl, it'd be the one that they won. Like, that was a tremendous game against the Patriots.
Yeah, it was.
Where there was a lot of moments in that. In that really stand out. I understand for you personally, it would not rank particularly high. But
neither will the one in a couple weeks, Schaefer, when the Eagles win their second Super Bowl. I'm going to be a pretty miserable human being.
I got emo Josh sitting next to me, who's
the
convinced
difference between you and I is like if the team that I hate, the Packers, are involved. Like, I don't know that I get to this level of, like, defeatist that you are. Like, you're in a really bad spot. I don't know what we can do here for you.
He's in a terrible spot because the team that makes him so emo is what makes his wife happy.
It is a very odd situation. But, Schaefer, if you go back to last summer, the Celtics won the NBA championship. I despise Boston. I cannot stand that franchise.
You grew up as a Red Sox fan.
When I grew up as a Red Sox fan. And then the Ohio State won, a couple days ago. So I just feel like I am now in my bad era. Plus, even if Washington wins on Sunday, the modicum of joy that I will find in that moment is then I'm going to have to face down, oh my gosh, they have a rookie in the Super Bowl and they are in my division and the Cowboys are about to hire Brian Schottenheimer. So I don't know why.
Lesser of two evils.
Who? Washington?
It's the lesser of two evils, right? Like that's what we're talking about.
For the time being, it is. But if he turns into the next great quarterback, then it's just like, oh my gosh.
It is. In some ways, it's like the Chiefs taking the baton from the Patriots.
Yeah.
You were like, God, I can't wait to get rid of these guys. And then, surprise, here comes
a better version is here.
Patriots Part 2, just a little less blue.
And more localized.
And yes. It's one thing to deal with
Bill Simmons
from Boston. It's another thing when, Keith from Kansas City is everywhere. We can't get rid of
They're
him.
in our YouTube comment section every single day. Yeah.
It is honestly, they've taken the mantle of the most annoying, probably fan base in sports at this point.
Now, some who are late of this program and late of this world were telling us this many years ago.
He tried to say
these were the worst people.
He told us a story about being a 12-year-old at a game and having an adult male yell the F word at him, and he's like, oh my gosh, what is happening right now?
I can't speak for either of you, but I certainly wasn't cheering for the Chiefs to start this dynasty.
I was.
I wasn't not to start the dynasty, but I definitely wanted the Patriots to die.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I don't know that I view the Chiefs' ascension as the Patriots' death. I view more Bill Belichick's draft classes as the Patriots' death.
Well, yes.
Those were not very good.
But sadly, it always seems like we hand off one dynasty to the next. So who's going to knock out? And could it be Washington?
That would be a bummer.
See, I've been trying, Josh can't appreciate the Washington rivalry because
nobody can really,
because it used to be the rivalry in the NFC East in the 80s when I was, growing up.
Mm-hmm.
And of course,
it's hard for Josh and I though, because that franchise is mostly mired in suck.
Yeah,
for the last 20 years. That's why you got to feel good for DT. You have to feel good for the nation's capital.
Yes, you
Especially
do.
now at all times.
New president, new franchise. Look at that on the up and up. Congrats to Washington.
Does bringing back
executive order? You have to feel good for DC.
Come on, Trump. You gave us enough of them the other day. Give us one more.
Actually, I think it was the last one Biden signed. It just hasn't made it yet. Didn't make it through the post office.
Do you think he'll pardon Jerry Jones for his crimes against the Cowboys?
Glory hole.
That's what
No.
Hey, Donald, yeah.
No.
Could you sign an executive order making it that Jerry Jones never dies?
No.
Yes, thank you.
No. I don't think that can happen. I don't think that we can do that.
I think there's many things that have happened in the last 48 hours that we didn't think could happen. It's just happening.
People cannot live forever. That is impossible.
There's got to be
Tom Hanks in the Green Mile, Josh.
Yeah.
We did that for Movie Club one time.
We did do that for Movie Club.
Mm-hmm.
Is tonight, I got to ask you about the basketball game tonight because I'm assuming you're going to be there.
I had 3 questions written down about hoops. Yeah, so feel free to kick it off.
Let's do it.
Is this a must-win game?
Yeah, it's absolutely a must-win game. I mean, last week was a must-win game, and they didn't win. And it's always weird when you don't win a must-win game because what are you supposed to do after that? You were supposed to win, and then the season wasn't over. They go to Maryland, and they do the thing where they suck you in and then lose anyways. And now they have the opportunity to stop the 4-game losing streak at home against a USC team that they should beat. I mean, Nebraska should win this game. Whether they can or not remains to be seen. They've just become a really inconsistent team. Not a bad team. I think that's what's the frustrating part about this is, yeah, you got your ass kicked by Purdue, but those other 3 games, quite frankly, Nebraska had every opportunity to beat Iowa, every opportunity to beat Rutgers, and pulled right there even with Maryland at the end of that game on the road against a team that's a tournament team. So, the frustrating thing is they're letting these opportunities get away, and it's getting late into the season. They still have a schedule that allows for them to collect a pelt or two and move up the net rankings. I still think that they're a dangerous team that you don't get excited about playing, and that's everybody in the Big Ten. It's a tough conference. But, if if there's any move to be made, it has to start with a win tonight, and then they're going to have to figure out which among Wisconsin, Oregon, or Illinois, and maybe multiple, that they have to beat to climb back into to this being a real conversation about an NCAA tournament team. I mean, so they've let it get away from them. But if you got to give Hoiberg credit, in recent years when they have been smashed or when things have looked bleak, they have turned it around pretty well. So I expect that they come out and they play tonight with some intensity and finish things off here with a win against USC. I think they win tonight. Now the next 3 games, we'll see.
What's happened to their defense?
I don't think anything's changed. I think teams have realized, similar to what, I use this every time, but Randy Bennett basically said, you make the extra pass, you find the extra player, there's going to be an open shot against that defense. And the problem that Nebraska has is for all the effort and all the hustle, they're just quite not athletic enough. So when they close out and they're a step behind where maybe someone that would be faster would be at, that just makes it a little bit more of an open shot. And teams have hit those and buried them on it. And they faced some decent shooting teams in that stretch with Iowa and Purdue, but they made them look significantly better. And even Rutgers, you made look better. And they have 2 NBA players on that team. So I think that they're going to continue to play their style. It's just going to be a matter of, can they stop doubling in the post? I mean, I think when you have teams that aren't playing in the post, like Rutgers wasn't going to hurt you in the post. You didn't need to double down there every single time. And I just don't know if they're willing to go away from that. I think the struggle is some of their better defensive rotations leave them as a real liability on offense. You don't have any consistency going on the offensive side of the ball. I have a lot more concern about that than I do defense. I think they will pull it together defensively, but if they're not scoring, none of this matters. You held Maryland under 70 points. You got to win that game. You have an opportunity to win that game on the road. Maryland's at 69 points. Their offense was nowhere to be found. You've had multiple games where guys like Juwan Gary or Andrew Morgan race out to high point totals and then disappear for the last 10 minutes of game time. Like you just can't have that. And someone has to be there to help Bryce Williams, and Bryce Williams has to be better. So my concern remains on the offensive side, where Nebraska cannot have performances like they did against Maryland. They have to be able to win games when they keep teams under 70. Brian Christopherson mentioned to me they'd won their last 36 games when holding opponents under 70 points or something like that. So, that's a brutal way to kind of let that thing fall on Sunday against Maryland.
Andrew Morgan being questionable tonight with an ankle, how much does that concern you?
It concerns me because outside of maybe the Purdue game, he's been a pretty helpful piece for Nebraska in Big Ten play most of these nights. And so he's a guy that allows you to get Braxton Mia off the court. You can limit the amount of time that you have to play him. If you're facing really athletic bigs, it's sometimes hard for Mia to be able to cover as much ground as Andrew Morgan can. He's got a guy that has an outside shot. He's a guy that can score inside. He's a guy that isn't afraid to put the basket up, which is some of an issue with Nebraska's team where they worry too much about efficiency and then suddenly no one's shooting, and that's a problem. So I hope he's able to go, because I think they're a lot worse team, especially right now where Burke is really struggling. I mean, if you look in this stretch too, he's been bad. And if you're getting a better version of him, Nebraska might have 3 more wins right now. But instead, you're getting a version of him that's not only a turnover machine, he's late in rotations on defense. He's not finishing at the glass when he has easy layup or dunk opportunities. And you can't have that. I mean, the 1 3-pointer he's hitting for you a game right now over the last 4 is not enough to make up for all the other things that aren't going well. He's really kind of swimming in it, and they need him to bust out.
Schaefer, football question before we let you go. You mentioned it at the end of the pod with BC and Bruns. You guys were talking about the 105. How curious are you, or I guess how interested are you in kind of spring ball and how they whittle these numbers down? Because overall, with the players they've lost and the players they gained, I mean, they're pretty much at the same spot right now that they ended the season with, right?
Yes and no. I think there's a lot of guys that are just going to remain students at the University of Nebraska that aren't going to have graphics put out or aren't going in the portal or whatever. So you have the walk-on aspect of it where that will kind of take care of itself. I'm very fascinated by the defensive back position in itself because you have a lot of people there. This will be the 4th straight defensive backs coach that they've had over the last 4 seasons. That's not great. Or excuse me, third straight? 3rd straight, not 4th straight. No, it would be 4th straight. Yeah, 4th straight defensive backs coach with Addison Williams to John Butler to Evan Cooper to Travis Fisher. So that room is made up of a lot of different people that aren't necessarily maybe Addison Williams' cup of tea or John Butler's cup of tea, which is part of the issue when Evan Cooper took as many kind of, I don't want to say projects, but he had a soft spot for different types of players. And some of them hit and some of them absolutely haven't. And Nebraska has to kind of be able to move on from that. And they have to put together the defensive back room that fits what John Butler wants as the D coordinator and fits what Addison Williams wants as your defensive backs coach. And he's been out making a ton of offers, which tells me they're probably not super enamored with everything they have in that room. And so I think there's going to be a lot of movement there specifically.
So now, Schaefer, all the teams that you can't stand are gone. Do you have a rooting interest in the rest of the playoffs?
That's not true.
Yeah, he hates the Eagles.
I don't like the Eagles, and I don't like the Chiefs.
Oh, I didn't think you.
If I were to make a list of the teams in the NFL that I like versus a list of the teams in the NFL that annoy me or that I actively just wish didn't exist, Packers. Yeah. That second list would be a lot longer than the first. There'd be a small third list where it's like, what do we do here? Where I don't have any strong thoughts on the Panthers.
Which is probably where the Cardinals are.
The Cardinals, yes.
The Cardinals fit in that. There's some weird teams where it's like, why does Mike really dislike this team? But I don't like Jacksonville. All of their games are ugly. They never do anything with the talent they have. I feel terrible for good college players that get drafted to that organization now. It looks like they screwed up their coach hiring. They've kept their GM, who seems like a total disaster.
No, they fired him. They fired him today.
A few minutes ago.
So he screwed up the coaching search so bad that they just fired their GM.
Yeah.
Yep.
In January, roughly 90 days since their last competitive moment in the season.
Yeah. And at the very least, 2.5 weeks after this regular season came to a close.
Yeah, when everyone else got rid of their GMs.
Uh-huh.
So the matchup I most want would be Bills Commanders. And then I would settle for Bills Eagles if I had to settle. And then if I had to pick something after that, if the Chiefs absolutely have to be involved, then it would be Chiefs Commanders. And the one that no one, and I mean no one wants to see, is the rematch of the Super Bowl a couple years ago. Because these are worse versions of the same team that will play a god-awful, ugly football game that America doesn't need broadcasted to the largest audience it'll have to watch football all season.
With Tom Brady on the call.
Yeah, talk about getting even worse. He might be worse than those respective teams
Saquon?
as an analyst.
What about Saquon? He'll run for 70 yards.
I'm happy
like
that
Saquon Barkley.
I saw it over and over and over again on Sunday.
I like Saquon. Saquon's a good player. It's not the Eagles individually. I'd be happy for Cam Jurgens. It's the organization just has annoyed me and has been a bane to my Vikings postseason existence for a little while.
That is true. They did.
You can think of at least 3 without even having to think much of times they've taken Minnesota out in the playoffs. So
good point. Fair point.
Good take.
All right, Schaefer. Well, thank you again. Enjoy the basketball tonight. At least it won't be as cold walking to the game.
Dude, 30 degrees today felt amazing.
Even though it's 30-mile-an-hour winds.
That will not be
we
amazing.
can't get a warming temperature without the wind to come with it.
That's true.
But either way.
You get what you get and you don't throw a fit, right?
Don't look a gift horse in the mouth is what they say.
Yeah, but when I say it, it sounds like lick, and it becomes a whole debate on the message board or the podcast or whatever that was. So people that listen to your show and have listened to that podcast know what I'm talking about. That was a whole thing.
Yeah, it was indeed.
All right. I'll leave it at that. See you, Schaefer.
Bye, Schaefer.
See you guys.
Mike Schaefer, Husker247.com.
Otherwise known as 24/7.
Yes.
Like 24
but I like
hours.
to spell it out.
I always
7
like
days a
when
week.
your team loses to a team that I also hate because then you are able to join me on the hate bandwagon. You never had anything negative to say about the Eagles, and then they run for a billion yards on you.
I don't hate
Suddenly
them.
you want the city launched into the sun
I don't
as well.
want the city launched into the sun, though I was annoyed by the whole notion of, oh my God, Jared Verse says he hates Eagles fans.
Yeah,
and
wow,
these
who
dumbasses, these idiots from Pennsylvania
Morons.
who literally want to be hated. They love their reputation. They like to be the heel. Now they get someone who says, yeah, I hate you. And they're like, oh, I can't believe it. We're the victim. We're the victim.
So annoying.
Stuff a cheese steak where the sun don't shine.
Do it, Philly. Saquon is so good, man. It's so despicable that the Giants just let him go for nothing. Despicable.
Yeah, they did. They certainly did.
He is right. Nobody's really saying that, but I've been thinking a lot about the Eagles. Obviously, they live rent-free right now. This week, this team is worse than the one a couple years ago. Now, they have a way better running back, but Jalen Hurts has regressed.
Generally speaking, though.
He has regressed so much
Yeah.
from what he was a couple years. He was an MVP candidate,
Mhm.
and now he is like a guy who is weighing that team down. And they still might win the Super Bowl. They will win the Super Bowl.
They're not going to win the Super Bowl. Stop being emo.
See about that, John. If they win the Super Bowl, you have to buy me lunch.
No, I don't.
To make up for the sadness that I will
All right,
feel.
so what if they don't?
Then
you
I
have to
will-
buy me 2 lunches.
I will. No, Nick still owes us. How's
Because
the-
you'll be so happy.
How is the NFL playoff draft thing doing?
Oh, well,
How's that
you've
going?
won that.
Let's go.
Because you picked the Eagles.
Yeah, and it doesn't
Rats.
matter anyway because we're looking ahead to our MLB.
We're doing it with the Major League Baseball too. Well, it's just about who gets the first pick because who gets the Dodgers.
Exactly.
No,
I win.
That
There you go.
MLB thing we didn't do last year because we were in Vegas.
Oh,
where
yeah.
we get like $100 and then we.
Yeah. Jim writes, as a Niner fan, I was not devastated when they lost to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl a couple years ago. I always liked the Chiefs and Andy Reid. Fast forward now, I got some red hot hate. 2 Super Bowl L's is a bridge too far. It's always like this with the Dynasty. The first time they do it,
for you guys.
the first time, yeah, it has been a long time. The first time they do it, you're like, wow, that's cool. I remember feeling a modicum of happiness for Alabama fans in 2009. Like, you know what? It's been a while. This is pretty cool. What a historic fan base. And then I hated their guts every year for the rest of time after that. So this is what always happens. If you win a lot, you become
Exactly.
the team that everybody
Eventually,
hates.
you stick around long enough to become hated.
Mm-hmm.
People don't want you anymore. But you know what people do want?
What?
A great bargain. And I have a great bargain right now if you need to upgrade the windows or the bathroom in your home. From your home improvement company, an unbeatable deal, 2 windows. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. That's right, free. And it comes with the possibility of some really good financing deals as well. Or maybe you just need to shaping some things up in the bathroom. Maybe you're looking for a new walk-in shower, for example. You can transform your space by saving up to 30% off a bathroom remodel. So imagine turning your bathroom into a spa-like retreat. Both these deals are available for you, including with some great financing offers available right now from your home improvement company. Call 402-764-1720. Schedule a free in-home consultation. So whether you got those drafty windows you need replaced, or you're looking to reshape your bathroom, or both, limited time offer you're not going to want to miss. Try it. 402-764-1720 from your home improvement company. That's 402-764-1720. You're going to love the difference with your home improvement company. Or maybe visit yhic.com. You can also find out a lot more. YHIC will exceed your expectations and make your home better. So try these 2 great offers right now. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. Save up to 30% off a bathroom remodel. Call today, 402-764-1720. So I guess that Sip will be the only one that will not be on the it's a must-win bandwagon for tonight's
stunner. Absolute stunner. I definitely disagree with him.
I mean, I disagree with him. I'm not stunned by it. I understand where Sip is coming from in that it's...
But he said like they could win their next 5. I mean, yeah, technically, but...
I mean, yes, they could, but...
It's just so hard to imagine them doing, because they will be dogs against Wisconsin, road game. They'll be dogs against Illinois, home game. They'll be dogs against Oregon, road game.
And then they'll follow that up with another road game, and sure, they will be probably favored against Washington, but it's another road game.
Yeah.
And imagine if it's an 8-game skid heading to Washington. What's your confidence level that they can pull that off? Heck, even if they do what they're supposed to do according to
or on the basketball,
even if they do what they're supposed to do according to Torvik, and that is go 1-3, they will have lost 7 of 8 going to Washington.
Yeah, I guess how I view this is less like, could they? Well, I'll answer it this way: can they pull up the airplane if they go down tonight? I don't think they can.
Chance.
I think that this is a fork in the road type moment for the team this year, where if they don't win this game, then all is lost. Because I think the bargain that people made with them was take care of business at home and then get a couple of road games. Because I think the feeling a few weeks ago, even before the skid started, if I would have talked to you on the Monday after the UCLA win, so January the 6th, you say, all right, get a lot of home wins and maybe some road ones. I don't think everyone was expecting them to beat like Illinois at home, right? I don't think that people were maybe expecting them to beat, I'm trying to find the other like obvious dog games, Michigan, for example. And so it was like, okay, if they're going to lose 1 or 2 of those, then you got to pick off some road games. And it seemed like they were well on their way against Iowa. What is that? 2 weeks ago now, yesterday. Up by 15 in the second half, even though they had a bad finish to the first half. Suddenly they lose in overtime, and it's just like, oh, wow. But then they get smoked by Purdue. And I think that that's where the bad vibes really started. Even though they've lost their last 2 games by only 6 points combined, it's that they lost by a lot versus Purdue, and that one of those losses was at home. And so that's why I think you got to win. You got to win this one because you got to show that you can win one of these home games again, and you just got to pull things up a little bit.
Well, you've got to win to show that you can still do it.
Yeah.
And to build some confidence back into this team, because this team was playing with a lot of confidence until the Iowa collapse. And let's face it, there's always been an element of when's the glass going to spill atmosphere around Nebraska ball. And lo and behold, the glass has spilled. So now you got to pick up the glass and mop up the mess and try to refill that glass again, because you still have opportunities out there. When you play in a league like this, you've got opportunities. Nebraska does not have to be a great road team to get into the NCAA tournament. The Big Ten helps you take care of the rest. But you can't be an abject failure on the road. And, oh, by the way, also drop a couple of home games, especially the winnable games.
Correct. And so this is going to be their second straight home game where they're a favorite. And I said this last week after the loss to Rutgers last Thursday. You weren't here on Friday, but we talked about it. Like, that's a game that will probably age fairly well, given that, Rutgers was banged up in the first half of the season. And now, I mean, they do have 2 lottery picks, right? That are on their roster. It's like that is and 2 top 5 lottery picks at that. It's like they're going to probably be a pain in the butt for teams moving forward. But still, all that said, Nebraska was a favorite, and they're favored again tonight. 6.5 points right now is the Vegas line. And so you just can't throw these games away. And it would be the 5th straight. It was just, there's too much on the line, I think, for the team. And it's the way in which they're happening as well. Defense this year, this is from Robin Washut. They have been, as he wrote, torched from behind the arc in the 4-game losing streak. 58 made threes, which is 14.5 per game. 47.5% for their opponents. Absolutely ridiculous. And so, that's the thing that has really changed. When they were winning all those games in the early part of the year, given the limitations on offense, well, hey, at least they got a defense that they can rely on. They haven't had one of those that they can rely on. And it's interesting, too, because, Purdue goes down last night. They don't shoot the ball very well. And it's, I know there's been a lot of discourse about, is Nebraska defending teams the right way, or is it about the effort and the hustle and just making sure that you are where you are supposed to be? Obviously, it's going to be a little bit of both. But they got to get better at that. And tonight seems to be a team that, you should in theory be able to do that against. It's also a team that does not rebound very well overall or on the offensive glass. They foul a lot and they allow their opponents to score a lot at the free throw line. So this does seem to be a classic get right game, but we'll see if it actually becomes.
Oh, and they also don't shoot the three that well. Only 35%. And really, Ogbo's like the one 3-point shooter you really have to be worried about tonight. And they don't take as many of their shots from three. I think it's only like 32%. It's one of the lowest rates in the country in terms of threes. So I would say this. If we had a prop tonight on the number of made threes, it will be in the single digits. It will not be the fourth straight game of double-digit made threes tonight.
Yeah.
If there were a prop on that, I would put a little cheddar on that because USC doesn't do it particularly well. I'm sure you've got the fatalists out there saying, yeah, but it's Nebraska and everyone shoots the ball well against us. But this is not a team that shoots the ball well from three, period.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's definitely must win because the matchup seems to set up well for Nebraska. It's at home.
Yeah.
And they should win.
Mm-hmm.
So, absolutely must win.
Yeah.
Now, when we come back here tomorrow, and if we're having to talk people like Jack Mitchell off the ledge, then
so be it.
So be it.
Yeah.
When we continue, well, speaking of maybe having to talk Jack Mitchell off the ledge.
Oh.
Matt Rhule waving the flag.
The flag.
And do you know what the flag says?
Is it just
the big white flag says? You know what the letters on the big white flag are?
GBR.
B1.
Oh no.
G.
Didn't take Matt Rhule to be a B1G guy.
16-20 in the zone. squatting in my studio.
Ha!
Oh, hi.
Hello.
That was mid rant there.
You?
Welcome back to
Soapbox.
welcome back to the Grum. Yeah.
Oh no, John has another soapbox.
That's what they could call the midday show.
The
Welcome to the soapbox with Connor Happer. He was New John last night.
Yeah, but
Did he yell at refs?
I'm the one that's famous for the soapbox. There was
true.
nothing really to yell at the refs about.
Yeah, they whooped him. It was an easy peasy win, Nick.
Kind of wiped him out, you know. It was a nice, relaxing, easy game to watch.
Happer got a layup. That's a basketball term.
Speaking of getting wiped out.
Yeah.
Team's not in the Big Ten this year, John. They got wiped out.
No. You can't do this, emo Josh. You either have to pick
this is a tease.
Mr. I have to pick a side. You're either depressed that Ryan Day is the master and the ruler of college football.
Yeah, I am.
He and that sweet, naturally dark beard.
I can't wait for you to show up with a black goatee one of these days.
That's never going to happen. Or you're Mr. Oh, it's the North. It's the North. It's the
I
North.
do love the North.
So you got to pick a side.
Well, I was bummed. And America was bummed too before we get to the Matt Rhule audio. Have you seen this?
We said we weren't going to talk about that.
Have you heard about this?
What happened?
22.1 million viewers. That is smaller than last year's game with Michigan and Washington.
Wow. So when the B1G shows up, the people just say, see ya.
Well, Michigan's in the Big Ten.
That's what I'm saying. But that was lower than the previous time, you know, because there weren't any SEC teams in it.
Two things.
I have no idea.
Well,
actually, that is probably part of it.
Well,
I'll
give you three things. The number of people who have cable is dwindling by the second, so like that is playing a part in it. Monday was a big day, right? It was a holiday, and there was a inauguration, so like people were doing other stuff.
Yeah, okay, but can we really blame that? I mean, the inauguration stuff
stuck out
was
3 million
done.
people. No, but I'm sure there are
a lot of people partying on Monday.
But here's what I will say. I was wrong. You were right. The season stretched on too long. I think that this is proof of that. I think that this is I don't think that this is about it being a Northern Championship. This is Ohio State, Notre Dame. These are the two of the biggest 3, 4, 5 brands in the entire sport. That and cable dwindling, I think, is the actual answer here. But I think you're right. I think that people who said, you know, I finished reading Stuart Mandel's mailbag during the commercial break, and there was a question about like between college football semis and final, the NFL did 2 rounds of the playoffs. Now, part of that was like the semifinals took place on the days before the first round, and then the championship was the literal day after the second round. But it seems like a lot of people were frustrated by that. You know, Philip just says the playoff games being all over the schedule sucks. That is something that they are going to look into. It's just easy fix is not really there if they're not willing to go up against the NFL, which they obviously want to do. Or they can do what you did and just cram everything into December.
The cram boys.
I mean,
I love being a cram boy.
The thing that makes the NFL playoffs easy to digest is it happens every weekend.
And then you get 1 week
off. It never
off,
stops. It just keeps going. And yeah, they take the week off, you know, before the Super Bowl, but it is what it is. College,
and it's on over-the-air television.
College, we have this nice little rhythm of how the games usually play out. I know there's games on other days, but for the most part, it's weekend. It's Saturday. And then you get to the postseason, and it's
every
random Tuesday, random Wednesday. Yeah, I mean, I know that there were the 3 first-round games on the Saturday to start, but after that, it was
New Year's Day was a Wednesday this year, and New Year's Eve and the day after because of the attack in New Orleans.
Sure.
And so those were even spread out in a really weird way.
Yeah, it doesn't help, certainly.
Because you want the momentum. You want it to be this crescendo where it's like building and building and building and building, and it seems like normal. Where I know we've joked about it with Jack for years, but that whole like I forgot that the game was on that night. I don't think he's alone in being someone who is like, oh, the championship's tonight, you know? And when he's that way as a diehard of the sport, like that's a problem.
It hasn't been ingrained in our culture. It was ingrained in our culture that the biggest games in college football happened on January 1st. And it was that way for generations.
And people were home.
So you had a captive audience. Now it's, here's random Monday.
Yeah. And the other part too, and you always bring this up, is there like that fatigue of You had the games on Saturday in the NFL. You had the games on Sunday in the NFL.
I do wonder if that hurts.
Yeah.
Because
maybe because you can't really pick off NFL fans. If
and I get it. I
don't
know there's many of you out there like, I don't care when football's on, we'll watch football. And I'm usually the same way.
That's me.
But the difference between the hardcores, the difference between the mega audiences and all the others
it's not us.
is not the hardcores. It's the casuals. And the casuals, as we know, they'll tune in for the NFL playoffs. That's why the numbers continue, the numbers always are very big. But when the casuals feel like, hey, I've gotten my fill of football, and they can't quite relate to the teams necessarily, they can give or take on the old national championship game.
Yeah, for sure. I think that is what has happened in this year.
That's why I mean, my solution from yesterday was finish it on January 1st.
Yeah.
Championship game on January 1st. And I know the Rose Bowl is going to be like, but what about us?
Play the title there. Don't really care. Do it there.
Well, you could do it there, but I think you condense the season.
And that would have momentum.
Condense the season.
December would be wild.
So you're playing the week after the conference championship game. Then you're playing the next week. Then you're playing the next week. And then the following week is January 1st. And whenever that falls on the calendar, you may have to make some adjustments. Heck, you might even have to move the season back a week, though I do love the symmetry of
Labor
Day to January 1st. Because I think the Labor Day weekend, it's a great weekend to open.
It's a great announcement of the sport again, right? It's like, It's back on the Thursday. You're going to get some Friday stuff. You're going to get most of the game Saturday, but then you even get the Sunday and the Monday, and it's like, welcome back football.
But if I can't get that, or if that's just not possible, then fine.
Move it back.
Make the previous weekend the opening weekend, but time it so that the last meaningful day of football, college football, is January 1st.
Yeah.
If it has to be in the Rose Bowl, so be it. And you might say, well, but that leaves us with just one game on January 1st. Well, that's where you can put you can get your Capital One bowls back and your, the other.
Wow, that would be wild.
The other bowl games.
If you had other games leading up to the Natty, that would be very strange.
It would, but that's the way it used to be.
Sure.
Not every New Year's Day bowl game had national championship implications back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't. Usually it was one or two, but most of the other games didn't happen. So you play a game at 11, you play a game at 3, and then and heck, play multiple games, get them back on multiple networks, give people a choice like we have during the regular season.
And then
your national championship game at 6:30 or 7 o'clock at night. And that caps off the season. And there's your January 1st. And you might say, well, what about the Rose Bowl? Well, you know what? The sun sets on other days, too.
No, it does not,
The
John.
sun sets on other days, too.
Sun? Look. No
Where's
sun.
the sun?
Where's the sun
It's
at?
behind the clouds.
Nope. I don't see it.
There are sunsets over the San Gabriel Mountains that happen 365 days a year, 366 in a leap year.
Don't think so. Don't think so.
You can still have your little Rose Bowl parade on January 1st. I don't give a flying flip.
Whoa. Wow. John.
Wow.
Heck, have it. You know what? Here you go. The Rose Bowl can just back out of the whole playoff altogether.
Sounds great to me.
And they can just put on a game. Heck, bring in a couple of junior colleges. Who cares?
Paul says,
It's all about the sunset. Oh.
I've got this theory on CFP viewership. Now, I don't know if you're going to like this, John. People in the South won't watch because they are butthurt. Their team isn't in it. The rest of college football fans around the country will watch no matter who plays. So a game with at least one Southern team will garner far more viewers. Is the South sad about their favorite teams and they didn't tune in?
Well, probably.
Bunch
absolutely.
of babies.
I mean,
I watched it when it was Bam LSU, you jerks.
Of course. That's certainly a possibility.
Soft.
Though I would argue there were probably some people in Michigan and Ohio that weren't watching the Bama Georgia game.
I really do think the lack of cable. I saw a stat the other day. It's down to 65 million houses now. I mean, that is just, in a way, 22 million viewers. It's like, wow, a third of all people who have cable will watch. That's pretty crazy.
Well, a third of all people that have ESPN.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty crazy. Whereas a third of it in the old days would mean 33 million.
Well,
viewers.
it'll be back on linear network TV next year.
Is it next year? I thought it was the year after.
I thought next year they were going to move it on to they were going to simulcast on ABC.
I've never heard it called linear network TV.
You should listen to more podcasts.
That's what.
Should I?
Or just network TV.
I listen to a lot of podcasts.
Over the air television.
Yeah. With an
OTA.
antenna. With an antenna, Nick.
I remember rabbit ears.
Yeah, now it's just like this thin piece of thing.
Just a thin piece
That's
of
what I
thing?
have. I have one of those thin piece of things.
Chances are there's metal in it because metal is conductive and picks up frequencies and things like that.
Max
You
says,
pick
do
up
ratings
frequencies.
still not count streaming? No, they do. It's just not as many people have that as over the air.
Well, but the game was not streamable unless you had an ESPN subscription.
Correct.
Because it was not available via ESPN
because
Plus.
of the contract.
Yes.
Which I didn't realize until yesterday.
The only way you
have to have cable,
you have to have
YouTube
a cable
TV,
subscription,
Hulu, blah blah blah,
to ESPN to have watched the game.
Yeah.
Or go to a bar or have friend's house, whatever the case may be.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll save what Matt Rhule did for the next segment, but then it kind of branches into the heads of the two families getting back together again.
Okay.
And what it could mean for the future playoff.
Perfect.
Coming up on 1620 The Zone. On the line, based right here in Omaha. Great Omaha folks who have partnered with Creighton, with Nebraska, with Omaha to help you, to help us, the little guy, give to our favorite schools' NIL efforts. NIL is the way that colleges are recruiting and retaining their athletes. And if you want your school to continue to compete in that market, well, here's a chance for you to maybe give just a little bit with On the Line. When you visit athleticsontheline.com, you can choose from your favorite school and then assign a measurable metric. Maybe last night it's made threes or defensive field goal percentage, whatever the case may be. You pick the metric, and for every time that metric hits, you assign a dollar amount that you can afford at your choice, your budget, and then that donation goes to your favorite school's collective, whether it is the Bird Club, whether it's the Bull Market down the street, or it's 1890. They all work, all three schools work in concert with On the Line. They're all right there. Just go to the website, athleticsontheline.com. Gamify your giving. It's a fun way to participate in the NIL world with On the Line. athleticsontheline.com. On Friday, it's our annual trip down the street to the Hope Lodge, Nebraska. A great facility here in Omaha, a hidden gem, I like to call it. It's a place where cancer patients who are going through long-term life-saving treatment here at an area Omaha hospital have a long-term place to stay, and it's absolutely free of charge. You know, a lot of people who, especially from smaller towns or even from nearby states, they come here to Omaha because maybe it's their specialist that is here, and they are the ones that deliver the chemotherapy. Well, the problem is, for a lot of people, the drive, especially if the treatments have to be daily or maybe every other day or even weekly, can be a pain. So for people like that, they're having to look for hotel rooms. They're having to look for Airbnbs. And of course, that is very expensive.
Yeah.
And you're already going through a serious medical situation. Well, Hope Lodge provides free housing for those folks. And it's a great facility. I mean, I like to think it's like a great, 4-star hotel, but they've got huge kitchen areas, community kitchen areas, community rooms. It's a very welcoming atmosphere. And all of the proceeds for the Creighton versus Cancer Pinkout games have gone to help build and now maintain the facility. So we're going to be there on Friday during Connor's show, during our show for our annual paper drive. We're raising paper products like toilet paper, paper towels, bathroom products, and cash donations. And we'd welcome you to come by. It's right down the hill from Children's and Methodist Hospital. They're just off of Dodge Street, about 89th, 90th Street, something like that. And we will be there on Friday.
And a couple things. So Friday, we will have a 2-pack to the Creighton UConn women's basketball game, which is on Saturday afternoon at the CHI Health Center. I'll be on the call for that one with Rob Sims. But today we have a 4-pack
We do.
to give away. And Nick would like to tell you how you can win right now.
Well, we'll keep it simple. It's a 4-pack. Be caller 4.
Be caller 4 right now.
Could have picked 44.
You could have, but that would have been John, you know about these phones.
Yeah. Do you want to?
It was on the spreadsheet.
Do you want me to
It can
chase like a cat with a laser beam?
It can work.
Look at that. Look at all these
Oh,
callers.
look at that. See? So if you'd like to see, and this is the first time that we've done pink out games on back to back on the same day. It's
gonna be awesome.
Day-night doubleheader.
Yeah.
4:30 tip against UConn.
Yeah. Paige
Both
Becker's
teams-
in town.
Both teams undefeated in the Big East as of right now.
They're both playing tonight.
Could be both undefeated come Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
What a great atmosphere it'll be.
Yeah,
So
should
call
be
now,
awesome.
402-951-1620. Matt Rhule.
Matt Rhule.
Big conference cheering guy. You may have forgotten about this.
I actually have.
You may have forgotten about this from way back. This was during Big Ten Media Days in Indianapolis.
Gosh, it was still summertime, John.
Where everyone was talking about the college football playoff and the new 12-team era. And Matt Rhule talking up the Big Ten, saying we're the NFL of college football. And it got old Paul Feinbaum really lathered up. Said, Matt, you should stay in your lane. Well, wouldn't you know who won the pony?
Was it Matt?
It was Ohio State and the Big Ten who won the pony. But it was also Matt Rhule who won the pony. Matt Rhule put this out on Twitter yesterday. This was from his Twitter feed yesterday. This is about a 45-second long video that he put out on his Twitter feed, reminding Paul Feinbaum of what took place late last July. Nick, do you have the audio up, please?
By the way, the other thing that I remember before we play it, this is when I learned that it was pronounced Paul Feinbaum, which I had no idea.
Oh, it's Feinbaum?
Yeah, at least that's how Greeny says it.
I say Paul Feinbaum.
Yeah, me too.
Feinbaum looks like it makes sense.
Here it is, folks. Matt Rhule cashing in his receipts.
I think 4 teams from this league should get in every year because This is the best league. This is the NFL of college football in my mind. That's not to diminish any other league. The SEC is amazing. These other leagues are great, but the challenge in the Big Ten is going to be really difficult.
Teams in the playoff. Paul, what do you think of that?
Matt, stay in your lane, okay? Job one, win enough games to get to some stupid bowl game. Don't worry about the big boys because you're not one of them.
A few moments later.
Does the Big Ten own college football?
The answer, Greeny, is yes. The Big Ten at the moment owns college football, and there's no way you can say it doesn't. When you go back to back, that's a generation.
Why is Greeny dancing like that at the very end of the video?
Well, isn't he one of the Northwestern media cabal?
He is, so he's a Northern.
There you go.
KOTN.
He's conference cheering. Cheering. Matt Rhule, conference cheering. Oh, some people in this area got ridiculed when they were cheering for their conference last year. And, I don't know, the NCAA basketball tournament made fun of by a lot of the locals. The same people who are like, oh, Matt Rhule, what can we do for you? We love you so much. And now Matt Rhule is doing the exact same thing. He's doing the exact same thing. And he even put out receipts. He put out receipts on Twitter about it.
So does this mean that you are very supportive of Matt Rhule for conference cheering since you are the person that you were just describing that everyone was getting mad at?
I think this is John announcing to us that he's now a conference cheerer.
Well, we knew that. Remember last year?
Welcome to the Big East, Illinois.
Or who was it, Illinois?
Yeah, it was Illinois. They did. They whooped some ass.
They did.
Big East whooped their ass.
That was
by proxy. It was UConn,
that was incredible. What was the run that they went on in that game? Like 30-0.
It was bad.
That was hilarious.
It was bad.
So Illinois, you should be supporting. Oh,
I am
John
supportive.
Bishop, Matt Rhule. Handshake meme.
I am supportive of Matt Rhule.
Nice. Proud of you.
What? Why should that be a surprise? No, I'm
because every time I say go north, you make fun of me.
But you're Mr. Flip Flopper. You can't make up your mind. You're either emo that it was Ohio State, or you're happy that it's the North.
I'm proud to be from this part of the country, while also sad that it's that team from this part of the country that won. I wanted to have my cake and eat it too, which I got last year when Michigan won the national championship. But that's now the past. In the present, Ohio State is the national.
You're getting your cake, and it's getting shoved up your nose, apparently.
Oh, man, there's cake, but it's in my nostrils.
That sucked, by the way.
It does. Yeah.
So hard look for all the anti-conference cheerers around here who also love Matt Rhule. Good on Matt Rhule, by the way, for reminding
We're having a little fun with it.
Reminding Paul about that. I would be even more impressed if
he edited
Matt
that
actually did the editing on that video.
Me too. I would love to know how that came together and
there's
no way he did it.
I'm sure it was somebody there, one of the millions and millions of people they have there in the video department there at Creative Services / Husker Vision, who said, "Hey, this is a good idea. What do you think of this?" And Matt is like, "Put that on my Twitter feed because I don't control it."
Mustache Adam says, "I took that video more as a chance to dunk on Powell via conference cheering. Conference cheering was just the vessel." So maybe he's not a conference cheer guy. He's a dunk on.
I mean,
Paul guy.
He literally said it as a conference cheerer. He was saying, "Hey, we should get this many teams because we're really, really good."
Oh, gosh,
it was interesting though that going back that Matt picked the number 4.
Well, that's how many teams that got in the playoff.
Well, it is,
and the SEC only got 3. Yikes! Tough look, SEC.
It is, but that number 4 is coming up again here very, very soon because once again, the heads of the two families, the Corleones and the Barzinis, a.k.a. the Big Ten and the SEC, are going to be meeting again. Remember their little summit that they had a few months ago?
Yeah.
Well, they're going to have another one next month. And
why?
Well, because
mess with the playoff?
Because they want to rule the world.
Well, that was a song.
They want to rule the world.
Nice.
And that's what this meeting is going to be about. And part of it is going to be talking about the future format of the playoff.
Yeah.
Because, and this is according to Ross Dellinger at Yahoo Sports, as part of an agreement struck last spring, the Big Ten and SEC believe they have the authority over any change to the playoff format starting with the 2026 postseason. Remember,
so we have
next year is the last year of this current contract.
If they want to make any changes for next year, they have to be unanimous. If they want to make any changes for 2026, they don't.
They don't.
Yeah.
So
that's why people think that other leagues might get strong-armed into doing something next year out of essentially fear for the future. AKA, if they're like, we don't want to have automatic buys for the top 4 conference champions, you'd say, well, why would the G5 agree to that? Or why would the Big 12 agree to that? It just benefited them. It did, but they want to make sure that they also have a seat at the table, or that they are at least in the tournament at the next iteration. And so that's why I think that there's still a possibility.
So the executives they're looking at now. One of the things it said,
that's interesting. Set for February 19th, which is a week before the CFP commissioners meet in Dallas.
Yes.
So they are getting together, those two.
Oh, yeah. They're getting their ducks in a row.
Yeah.
Before they actually meet with everybody else. There were protections that were agreed upon for the future of the playoff beyond next year, which includes an automatic spot for the G5, or actually for the 5 highest ranked conference champions,
which means the
G5,
because there are only 4 conferences.
That it be a 12 or a 14 team field, and qualification guarantees for independents like Notre Dame relative to their place in the rank.
That's interesting that it's a 12 or 14 team field rather than 16, because I've heard a lot of people banting about why not just go to 16 and you get rid of the buys and then you have, 4 straight rounds of playoffs, yada, yada, yada. But it doesn't seem like that. It's not in the cards because the 12 or 14 team field is protected. And they really want, I think
theoretically, but I mean, don't you think if
I feel like the end game is 16. Maybe that's in 2 years or maybe that's in 10. I feel like, and I know it's stupid.
I don't believe in an end game. Yeah. I believe the end game is whatever it ends up being.
I feel like they wanted to get to 16, and that is a number that they will be happy with for a long time. I think if they went to 16 teams tomorrow, I think you could look at multiple decades of a 16-team field. Just like we're over a decade now of the 68-team field, which followed the 65-team field, which followed the 64-team field. But I mean, going from 64 to 68 in basketball isn't like that. In my opinion, it's not that big of a difference. And when did it go to 64? Was that in the 80s? So I mean, we've had a 64.
85?
So I mean, that's 40 years of essentially the same tournament. And so I think you get to 16, it's 4 rounds of playoffs. I think that certainly home field is going to be involved more in the next iteration. We'll see. But I think a 16-team field is the end game until they decide to go to 24 or whatever, in 2080.
Well, the real question will be who will be the teams participating?
Sure.
If it ends up being that the Big Ten and the SEC truly do rule the world, then they'll just create whatever playoff they want to, and who knows how many teams. But the other part of it is the automatic qualifiers.
And is the number 4 important in this discussion?
Well,
sadly.
Well,
because that's what they wanted.
Remember last year the Big Ten proposed a model that it would give them 3 automatic. So the top 3 teams in the Big Ten, they're automatically in no matter what. Top 3 teams in the SEC are in no matter what. Top 2 teams in the Big 10 or Big 12 are in no matter what. 2 in the ACC, no matter what. Then you have 1
G5,
so 3 and then 3 at-larges.
Wow.
In a 14-team model.
Yeah.
That was rejected. But, and I'm guessing, since the SEC only got their 3 teams in, while the Big Ten got 4, that the 4-4-2-2-1+1 model.
Where it's the same thing as the other one, where you only have 1 at large and 4 from each of the SEC. And the
where now you got 4 guaranteed Big Ten, 4 guaranteed SEC, 2 guaranteed ACC, 2 guaranteed Big 12, 1 from the G5, and 1 either Notre Dame or an at-large.
What about the Pac-12?
They're dead.
They are dead.
Well, they count as the 1 in theory. They could be a top 5 conference champ because they will have a conference moving forward. And you weren't here, John, on Monday. Did you see, and they reference it, Dellinger references it in the story. Do you see Jim Phillips? He had some ideas about.
Oh, yeah.
Jack and I loved these ideas, so I'm sure you probably hated them.
Well, you guys usually do have bad ideas, but.
Wrong. Great ideas.
But.
Jack is just you, John.
Yeah, but he's like Bizarro me.
Yeah,
we're
he takes
similar
the
in
good
a lot of
parts
ways,
of John, and then he
has all the idiotic ideas.
He leaves the bad John behind, and he brings more good ideas to the table.
He still does soapboxes, though.
He does love soapboxes. Yeah, that's true.
I went ahead and ran a simulation if this model had been in place last year.
The 4-4-2-2.
This past playoff.
Okay.
The 4-4-2-2-1-1-1 or whatever.
It's too many numbers.
It's a lot of numbers.
So you're getting your now. It doesn't change a whole lot of teams, but it does make a couple of changes. And if you look at these, by the way, they're all seeded in order, right? So the seedings would be as the committee put them in. So we're not mixing and matching seedings like we did with this model. Top 4 Big Ten teams were Oregon, Penn State, Indiana, Ohio State. So those are your 4 automatic.
We already had those 4 teams in the playoffs. So
top 4 SEC teams were Georgia, Texas, Tennessee, and Alabama.
So Bama would get in, whereas they did not.
Bama would get in. Top 2 ACC teams comes in an SMU. Top two Big 12 teams, Arizona State and Iowa State.
Yep.
So congrats.
Go Clones.
Go Clones.
Notre Dame obviously got in, and your top G5 was Boise State. So this is what the bracket would have looked like.
The additional teams that get in this format would have been Bama. It would have been Iowa State. It would have been Bama and Iowa State because it is 14. So it just would have been 2 more teams.
Correct.
Okay.
But you look at the matchups.
Well, the first round, you probably have more close games, right? Indiana, Boise State, that game's probably going to be close. I think you could get an upset there. Penn State, Clemson, Notre Dame, Arizona State, Tennessee, SMU, Texas, Iowa State, old Big 12 clash, and Ohio State, Alabama. North whooping up on that South ass yet again.
Or they lose.
And Ryan Day's fired. Man, I really like this world. Can we make this one happen retroactively? Can we build a time machine?
And assuming they didn't do reseeding, then the Indiana Boise State winner would face the top seed Oregon, and the Tennessee SMU winner would face Georgia.
Yeah, now who
would be the only 2 teams to get buys.
So then the big issue with this, I mean, beyond just the general favoritism that you're giving leagues, though this wouldn't be a first time. This is what the Champions League does. 4 teams from the Premier League get to make the Champions League the following year, et cetera, et cetera. The big issue with this, though, is what does it mean for the conference championship game? As we unpacked this in the summer, when this idea first was floated, I mean, it really does ruin your conference championship game.
It does.
Completely torpedoes
it makes it meaningless.
And that's why when you go to
why would you play the game? Why would Arizona State and Iowa State play a game to determine the conference champion when they know they're both already in the playoff and they'll be getting ready for that?
The benefit of it for Oregon and Georgia and thus their opponents, Penn State and Texas, is if you win, you get a bye. But is it that important for you still? And that's where like the Jim Phillips idea, and he had a couple of them, but one was like a mini 4-team tournament, which we've talked about before. But the other was 2 versus 3. And there's a part of me that wonders if you're like the Big Ten or the SEC and you have guaranteed spots for 4, do you do 4 versus 5 and have like that game be for the final spot in the tournament? Because if you don't and you leave it status quo, I don't know what the purpose is, except for, I guess, again, you do get a bye most years. But is that really worth it when you have a guaranteed spot? I mean, John, this is where people who worry about sitting out players in the last week of the season, when you do have spots 100% locked in, this is the world where you are creating, where that could happen. And that's why I think you got to get a little cute in some of your ideas and do 4 versus 5 or 2 versus 3 in the lesser conferences, because then there feel like there's actual stakes. If you lose, you're out. If you win, you're in.
Here's the reason why I don't think that's a great idea. Because the reason why those conference championship games exist is what?
Money, television.
Exactly. How attractive is a Big Ten championship game to Fox, NBC, or CBS versus a 4 versus 5 game?
It's not certainly as attractive.
It won't be as lucrative. It won't be as exciting. Sure, it'll be like some people consider it to be like a playoff game, and sure, it would be. It would be a play-in game. But I think that is a harder sell to advertisers and it's a harder sell if I'm the Big Ten saying, hey, NBC, look at this great game we have at the end of the season. We deserve an extra $30 million for it. And NBC would be like, for a 4th place game?
So here's what it would have been this year. This year would have been Ohio State versus Illinois. That would have been the 4-5 matchup. In the SEC.
And before you go any further.
Yeah.
What if your standings already have a clear delineation?
Sure.
Right?
Where it's like,
why would you? Yeah.
I know exactly.
So let's say Ohio State goes 7-1 and they finish fourth, or maybe 6-2 is better.
Because this year it would have been 7-2 versus 6-3.
Yeah. Ohio State would be saying, wait a minute, we won,
have a better record.
We had a better record. We're already fourth. Why are we playing this game? Now, we've had that before with conference championship games where, well, why am I playing this team? I had a better record.
Well, yeah, the Big 12 championship game in 96 cost Nebraska a shot for the Natty.
Exactly.
In the SEC, now there were 6 5-3 teams. So it would have been Alabama versus LSU. So a rematch of a game that we had seen a month prior to go to lock up the fourth bid. What do I need to do? Big 12? Now, NAC League, of course, it would have been 2-3. It wouldn't have been 4-5. Iowa State versus BYU. I mean, that's actually interesting. You had 4 teams with 7-2 records. And then in the ACC, obviously, it would have been Clemson, Miami. So, not the worst thing, but where you started the conversation, that was with the Big Ten. You are right in that conference championship game is valuable as a television product. It is nowhere near as valuable as a TV product if it's 4 versus 5.
Exactly.
Where I don't think the ACC or Big 12 loses a ton if it's 2 versus 3, but there's something about 4 versus 5. Now, what you lose in the television product, you do gain it's a playoff game. It's an additional playoff game where the winner is in and the loser is out.
Right, but again, what's the appetite going to be?
Well, but then I would say, what's the appetite for 1 versus 2 when we know that they're both in and they're? I guess the Vikings-Lions game was exciting. They were playing for the number 1 overall seed. It was exciting from that perspective.
Right, but that's different because that was a regular season game.
Sure.
It's being couched as a championship game. Like this means something. Like at the end, you get the trophy, you get the honor of being called the SEC champion or the Big Ten champion. In this case, you're going to have to remarket it as the Big Ten play-in game. And again, does that have the same sizzle? And will that carry the same cachet? Will people watch? Of course they'll watch because it's football.
Will they watch in the big audience?
But will they watch it in the big audience, numbers, thus commanding the advertising, thus commanding the dollars from the network to the league that the conference championship game does? My argument is probably not.
Travis says the conferences need to decide what is more valuable to them, more AQs or their conference championship games. And I think that is a really good way to put it because they do. What do you want? And I know what the answer is. It's more seats at the table. They want more teams in the playoff. But they also want, to go back to the analogy a few minutes ago, they want to have their cake and eat it too.
They want the money.
They want the money.
The only reason they exist is for the money.
Yeah.
Because the SEC's championship game gets them paid extra, and it's all money they get to keep. They don't get to share it. They don't have to share it with any other conference. That's why these things exist, because it's an additional game that they can market outside of the regular season schedule and say, okay, here's our championship game. How much is this worth to you? Yeah. And then the networks pony up, and they air it, and they get extra dollars from it.
Mm-hmm.
It's extra ticket revenue, all of that stuff. That's the only reason they exist. And that's going to be the hardest sell if you went to this automatic qualifier formula, because then you wonder how truly valuable, if they, let's just say, for argument's sake, yeah, we're still going to keep the conference championship because, by God, we got to crown us a Big Ten champion. But how many people will watch, or how much interest will there be in that game knowing that, oh, this is just a seeding game? These teams are already in the playoff. And how many of those teams will, let's say you're an Ohio State and you're playing Penn State. And let's say Ohio State's already like a 14-point favorite. How many of James Franklin's dudes are like, man, maybe we just sit this one out here because we know our odds are long even if we play at full strength. Let's sit out and wait because we already know we're locked in to the first round of the next
who've been screaming from the mountaintops, you're lessening the regular season. This lessens it. I don't think that the regular season was that lessened this year. I think what the gains were more valuable than the losses we suffered. This type of change, though,
college football load management.
Yeah, and you don't want that. It turns people off.
It does.
Turns people off.
Look at what it's done to the NBA.
Exactly. So you don't want that.
No, you don't want that at all. So,
see, and I disagree with Zach's email where he says Take the top 16 teams, no automatic qualifiers, no consideration for conference champs, just seed 1 through 16. I don't like that either. I think there should be. Why have conferences if you're not going to give somebody, a carrot at the end of the season for winning your league?
And let's face it, everybody of the 4 major conferences, they're all generally
going to make it for sure,
right?
But I think you should get in. But I also want a seat at the table for the little guy. I think that if you have 16 teams, there's something to be said for doing that, because otherwise you're just telling half the sport you don't matter to us, which they've basically done for their entire history.
Oh, they've done it forever.
I want them to have an opportunity. I don't think the gain of the true 16th best team in the country is that much more valuable than the loss of and I know Boise was in the top 16 this year. So
see, the part of this whole proposal from the Big Ten that why it doesn't make sense is it's not like,
I know most years you're going to get
those teams in anyway. So what's the point?
Yeah.
And if you don't, you'll end up probably siphoning those teams off of those other conferences and killing them off anyway, like you've killed off the Pac-12.
In the aggregate,
so what difference does it make?
In the aggregate, over the course of 10 years, you will probably get 3.5 teams per season, if not like 3.75. There probably will be 1 or 2 years where you get 3. In a 14 team or a 16 team playoff, John, there are going to be years where they get 5. But most of the time they're going to get 4. This was a rarity. The SEC they had such a large middle class this year, and the top
middle class,
end
and they had a lot of cannibalism.
Yeah,
the Big Ten was blessed with very fortunate schedule making.
Well, and the Big Ten's best teams didn't lose to the lesser thans. Alabama, who did they lose to? Lost to Oklahoma. Who did Ole Miss lose to? They lost to Kentucky. Like all of their teams that were in the mix, they lost to lesser thans. The Big Ten teams all skated through. They just beat each other, and no one ever got upset.
Well, they only had to play Ohio State.
Well, John, again though, Alabama lost to Oklahoma.
No, I know that, but let's not pretend that the Big Ten scheduling, and I'm not saying they gamed it that way. It just happened that way.
They just didn't get upset.
But this year, it was a perfect storm.
Yeah.
Because Indiana never played Penn State. Indiana never played Oregon. Penn State never played Oregon. They all played Ohio State, but that was it.
Mm-hmm.
But that was it. And, we'll see how future years work out.
And Vandy. Yeah, thank you, Peter. And Vandy. Yeah, they lost to Vandy. Like, that's the thing. Indiana didn't lose to Washington. Indiana didn't lose to even Michigan. If they would have gotten knocked out of the playoff. Penn State didn't lose to, I'm trying to think of a school that they played. They didn't lose to Illinois.
No.
They didn't lose to Iowa. And because of that, they were able to skate through. But if they would have gotten upset in one of those games, they would have been in the exact same situation as Alabama or others.
Mitch Holthus will be coming up in just a few.
Nice.
We'll take a break and be back. 1620 The Zone. Mitch Holthus will join us here in about 5 minutes. The AFC Championship game, which you will be able to hear on 1620 The Zone. Sadly, we're at that time of year again.
Oh, man.
Where Mitch's call is no longer available outside of the Kansas City market on over-the-air radio because of NFL restrictions.
Sad. So how can you listen to that if they really wanted to? Is it on the XM, Sirius XM?
It's on Sirius XM.
Yeah. But listen on The Zone.
But you can listen to the Westwood One call right here on 1620 The Zone. And the NFC game as well. Some call it the superior game.
Nobody calls it that. No one would ever say that.
Of course, the Chiefs are going for a three-peat. Our friend Aaron Schatz of FTN Fantasy did a brief history of the Super Bowl three-peat attempt. Many teams have had an opportunity. Now, some had opportunities, but it wasn't known in the moment. Like, for example, the first opportunity was the Dolphins, who were the first team to go to 3 straight Super Bowls. They won the last 2, but they lost the first one.
So, wait, is he just looking at it straight up from if you made the Super Bowl 3 years in a row?
Not just exclusively.
Okay.
But you look later, the Steelers, who won their 4 Super Bowls over 6 seasons, they got beat in the 76 AFC Championship game by Oakland as they were going for their first three-peat. But that was a game where Rocky Bleier and Franco Harris, they were both injured. They lost both their running backs.
And so that was the first team that actually made it to a championship game going for the 3.
Going for 3.
Yeah.
Correct. Then the Steelers had another opportunity in 1980, but didn't make the playoffs.
Okay.
That was the end of the dynasty.
And so then the next three-peat attempt would have been the 49ers.
Then you're looking at the 49ers.
And they did make it to the NFC Championship game.
They made it back to the NFC Championship game.
Is that the one where you said die, Frisco die, or is that one of the many games?
Oh, I've said that for many, many years. No, that's most famous. It's my favorite Pat Summerall call of all time. There will be no three-peat.
Was that the
as the Matt Barr field goal cleared the post and Bill Parcells and Bill Belichick were hugging because they were celebrating?
Was that the 15-13 game?
Yep.
And that team, so the Giants went on to play the Broncos?
That was the Giants-Bills Super Bowl.
Oh, so that was the Norwood one.
Yes.
You think the Niners would have beaten the Bills?
Well, don't know because Steve Young would have been starting. Montana got knocked out of that game. Might have.
Yeah.
Would have been.
And that game was played in Candlestick, or was that
Tampa.
played in?
Oh, no. The NFC Championship was in Candlestick.
It was in Candlestick. Wow, so they won on the road in Candlestick.
Yeah. They won on the road in Candlestick.
Speaking of Candlestick, that was the site of the next three-peat attempt. And that was the Cowboys, who also made it to the NFC Championship game.
NFC Championship game.
They had like the worst first quarter ever.
And lost.
And then after that, it would have been the Patriots. Who did not make it to the NFC Championship game. They had that very famous, and I joked about this with Stibbs for years, where they lose to the Broncos. That was the game that was famous for Champ Bailey having this, was it an interception or a fumble return, like 99 yards. He's chased down by the tight end for the Patriots, who hit him and knocked the ball loose, but you never knew if it went through the end zone and thus would have been a touchback, or if it went out of bounds. They said it went out of bounds, and then I believe, and then the Broncos, I think, scored on the next play, and they won. And so that team made it to the divisional round. They did not make it to the AFC Championship, and that's the last one until now, right?
Yeah.
That's the last one. And so just to get back, I guess it is, if you've won 2 in a row, going by the numbers, you're actually more likely to make it to this round than you are to lose earlier. But we've never seen a team make it to 3 straight Super Bowls with a chance to win 3 straight Super Bowls.
Yeah, because the Patriots didn't do it.
No, they lost in the divisional round to the Broncos.
Correct.
And then the Broncos lost to the Steelers in the AFC Championship.
Right. So, yeah, if Kansas City were to win, they would have the first attempt at the three-peat in the Super Bowl itself.
We've never seen it before.
We have never seen it before. So,
will we see it?
We will. We will find out as we're about to welcome in Mitch Holthus, the voice of the Chiefs. Let's go to the audio because he was kind enough to share a little player audio with us. We can skip the open this week. It's brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. You know all the highlights. You know, Mitch going,
wow, you're just skipping right past it.
We win, Chiefs win, yay.
Wow.
That's the condensed version. That's the Cliff's Notes version of Mitch's Open. But Charles Omenihu, who did not play in last year's Super Bowl. Remember, he got hurt in the playoff.
Mm-hmm.
So for him, it's not even like a three-peat. It's like, hey, I finally get to play in a Super Bowl if we win. So here was a little bit of Charles Omenihu this week getting ready for the Buffalo Bills.
From when I got hurt, that January 28th to January 26th that we'll play will be 363 days, and hopefully I can repeat history and then finish the game and keep going and get to the ultimate game, and that's the game I've always wanted to play in. I want to do my part to get us to that.
And Mitch Holthus joins us now on the hotline. Mitch, good afternoon. How are things?
Hair's on fire, and heck yeah. And Creighton wins at UConn, so congratulations. That was pretty cool.
That was fun.
Yeah, I'm sure Coach Hurley loved it. This game is so. Charles, I sent that to you because a couple things. One, Charles has worked like incredibly hard to get back.
Mm-hmm.
When you get hurt in the AFC Championship game, that pretty much wipes out the whole next year, although he came back for the last month of the season. The second thing I would tell you is that he becomes a little bit of a secret weapon in this AFC Championship game. The Buffalo Bills are in this game, and it's really interesting, I think, what the national narrative is. And I'm going to give him a compliment here, but it's different than how we perceive the Bills. What Josh Allen has done is exactly what Patrick Mahomes has done the last 2 years. And that is kind of the run game, dink and dunk. He can run, he can have a design run, but Patrick has not turned the ball over since the Buffalo game on November the 17th. It's actually an ongoing record. Josh Allen hasn't turned it over all year. But Charles Omenihu enters the picture because of his ability to get forced fumbles. He has 4 in the postseason. He can shock Josh Allen because the big long arm of the law can get in there without Josh even seeing it. So Omenihu could play a big role in this game Sunday.
Mitch, speaking of Josh Allen, obviously you are very familiar with him. You've seen him in the regular season every year, going back now a handful. You've seen him in the postseason, kind of like every other year now, including last year as well. Is this the best iteration that you have seen from him, and if so, why?
Because, well, I'll just give you the numbers. From 20 to 23, Josh Allen turned it over 65 times. He had 65 giveaways, including 57 interceptions in that time span. This year, the Bills set a record with only 8 giveaways all year. All of them were Josh's, but that's only 8 giveaways for the entire season. What has Josh Allen done? They have adjusted their entire offense. A little bit of a renaissance to when he first entered the league. He'll take shots. He'll be super efficient with the ball. He'll get you in, they're kind of the Buffalo Eagles. They'll get you in 2nd and 4, 3rd and 2, and he'll convert. And he's not turning it over. He protects their defense that way, and that's the reason they went 12-4, in my opinion, and won these 2 playoff games. He's been great, but he's done it very different in a very similar way that Patrick Mahomes has done it. You just don't hear that in a national narrative. If you look at Josh's numbers and completions, he's 16th in the league. He is 14th in attempts. His completion percentage is 24th. And yet he's winning games because he's being so efficient.
So do you suppose that we could see a little more, maybe 3-3-5 from Spags, and maybe Leo Chenal is the assignment Josh Allen this week?
Unless you've got to stop the run first.
Yep.
Again, they get you in 2nd and 4. I looked at it, the 2 playoff games and then our game with them on November 17th. They had 23 times, hear me out on this, 2nd and 4 or more, 3rd and 2 or more. 23 times. They converted 19 of those, and of the 3 of the 4 that they didn't convert, they converted it on the next down, whether that would have been 3rd down or 4th down. So you've got to win first down. Is that in a 3-3-5? Is that on an even front? Is that a 5 front? Spags is going to throw the kitchen sink at him, and Josh is so smart, you've got to do that or he'll pick you apart.
Mitch, other side of the ball, it was really interesting to see what the Bills did on defense versus Baltimore. Zone, they got carved up when they went to man. They blitzed at the highest rate that they had all year, and they had a ton of success against that Baltimore offense. What are you expecting from them on that side of the ball, and how do the Chiefs counteract it?
I would not think they would blitz as much, and they're going to rely on what they've done in the past with Greg Rousseau and A.J. Epinesa getting most of the pressure, and then Ed Oliver has been awesome up the middle. They have Matt Milano back. He did not play in Week 11. He's the hub of the wheel. He's very much a Nick Bolton type. But if you get, again, a click of time, we played Wanye Morris in that game at left tackle. We didn't play Joe Thuney. I don't think they'll blitz. They've got to protect their secondary. Here's a stat for you. Of plays of 3rd and 6 or more this year, the Bills were dead last. They gave up 34% conversions. Think about how they lost the games that were meaningful. The 44-42 to John's Rams, because the Rams got enough stops, and if the Bills don't get you turned over, because a lot of the offense was getting favorable field position. They got 107 possessions off takeaways. If you expose their defense on the back end, you can do some damage, because they don't have Jordan Poyer in his prime. They don't have Tre'Davious White in his prime. They don't have Micah Hyde in his prime. They're doing okay, but they totally live off takeaways. 32 takeaways. They have 28 forced fumbles, and they've recovered 16 of those. If they don't get those, if you're even with them, you could have a pretty good day.
A lot of times, Mitch, when you're just picking assignments, you got your number one cover guy. You identify the other team's number one receiver. All right, here's the matchup that you want to see more often than not. The thing with these Bills is they really don't have that number one guy. It could be Amari Cooper. Maybe it's Khalil Shakir. How do you think that changes or alters how Spags will deploy Trent McDuffie?
Who does that sound like? Does that remind you of anybody? The Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, that's true.
Aren't the Chiefs like that?
That's true.
Can sit there and go, last week, D-Hop gets 1 target, no catches. Juju Smith-Schuster gets 1 target, no catches. Justin Watson didn't even get a target. That could totally change this week. You could have just a flip-flop of numbers. Worthy was the only guy. He had 6 targets and 5 catches. So it's very similar. Shakir's been really good, especially on critical down and distance. But, again, he'll mix it up. I just think that there's times you might have a series where McDuffie matches on Shakir, and another time he does not. And these other guys, Hollins has been good. Hollins has never lost a playoff game. He was with the Eagles when they won the Super Bowl with Dougie Peterson. And so Curtis Samuel was good against us in the game on Week 11. So they're just like us in the wide receiver corps. Here's your stat of the night. They have 5 wide receivers on the roster. Currently, we have 6. How many of those 11 played last year in the divisional playoff game at Buffalo? Answer 2.
2?
I was going to say it had to be a low number.
2. Justin Watson for us and Khalil Shakir for them. That's it. So they completely redid their wide receiver rooms, both these teams, and they're still resourceful.
Yep.
But you don't know who it's going to be. For both teams, it has been week to week, some different cat pops up.
Mitch, obviously you are someone who very much appreciates history. Right before we had you on, we were talking about the various teams that have gone for a three-peat and how multiple of them have gotten to this exact moment, and that is their conference championship game only to fall. The Cowboys in the mid-90s, the 49ers in 1990 is when that one happened. Obviously the end game is the actual completion of the three-peat, but as this feels kind of like the moment that the season has been building towards, and that is, can they finally be the first one to break through? Like, what does all of that mean to you? Again, as someone who very much appreciates the history of the NFL, that this is something that we have seen before a team get here, but we have never seen them take that next step.
8 previous back-to-back winners. Only 3 made it to their championship games. You mentioned 2. The third one is the 76 Steelers.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And they got beat. All right. 3 of the 8 didn't even make the playoffs in that third year. You ask me, I'll tell you. And I don't think it's hyperbole. I think it's the biggest football game ever in this city. I think it's the biggest football game ever in that iconic stadium. Because the wins before have been franchise wins. The 2019 AFC Championship win was the first time the Chiefs had gone to the Super Bowl in 50 years. But that's Chiefs. To win 4 Lamar Hunt trophies, that's Chiefs. This is an entire NFL history piece. You do this, you're going to do something no team has ever done in the history of the league, and that is have a chance to go to a Super Bowl for a three-peat. That becomes the biggest story of this game, and it goes way beyond Chiefs history. Now you throw in the Bills. They've not been to the Super Bowl in 30 seasons, and they have not won the Super Bowl at all. So throw that in there, because there's some NFL history there with the Bills never winning it. But if the Chiefs can win this game Sunday night, it will be the biggest game that this city has seen because of its historical significance.
Wow. Kind of special when you think about it, because it's been 7 straight of these things, and many of them have happened in Kansas City. I mean, it's exciting to know that, you're always setting the bar just a little bit higher, right? Because a few years ago, it would have been, we used to joke about how it was host a playoff game.
Uh-huh.
Well, now it's not just hosting a playoff game. It's hosting a game with an opportunity for history, which has not been done. And if you think about it, look, I mean, NBA has had three-peat champions. Baseball's had three-peat champions. Hockey has had three-peat champions. But in the Super Bowl era, which almost is 60 years old, we've never had a three-peat champion.
And a big reason is the NCAA tournament. Those other sports, best of 3, best of 5, best of 7. This is 1 and out. This is the same thing if the Jays going on a run trying to get to the Final Four, and you have a hiccup game in the Elite Eight, you don't go. That's the NFL. That's why it's so intriguing. And I think if the Chiefs do pull this off, it'll have a 72 Dolphin feeling to it, guys, because I don't think it'll happen again. It's going to be way too hard to even repeat. There's going to be an 18th regular season game against an NFC division champion, or AFC as it were, crossing over. You're going to play an international game every year. The season's going to go even longer at the end of February. If the Chiefs don't get this done, I'm not sure it'll get done by anybody. I know that sounds crazy, but the 72 Dolphins, it's going to be hard to go undefeated ever again, too, because you're playing 3 more regular season games than those guys play.
True.
So this one this week, I'm telling you, boys, this one is the biggest game in this city.
A little cart before the horse, but makes me wonder if the Chiefs get it done this week, will this Super Bowl, doesn't matter who they play, will it be bigger than when the Patriots were going for the perfect season?
Because, again, it's something we've never seen before.
Right.
And they would be doing something playing for something that we've never seen. We've never seen the
I mean,
three-peat opportunity.
The argument is there that it would be bigger because even with the Patriots, it had been done before.
A team had one. Yeah.
It was the Miami Dolphins. But
yeah.
Anyway, I'm looking forward to it, Mitch. I know you're looking forward to it. Have we looked ahead to see what the weather's going to be like? It's going to be good.
I think it's going to be like 33 for a high, which there'll be people laying out.
I was going to say, after what we had the last weekend, it's going to be gorgeous. People will be wearing shorts and T-shirts.
So we'll finally get to do the salute to all the lost limbs and body parts from the Miami Dolphins Super playoff game last year. We'll finally get to do that.
They did that last week. Everybody goes, "This is really cold." They unearthed those, which are buried in a pit just near the outside the parking lot. And they go, "Hey, it's 30 degrees warmer than it was last year." It's balmy right now at -9 wind chill.
Well, Mitch, we appreciate it. And good luck this weekend. I'm looking forward to it. Should be an awful lot of fun. And once again, just a reminder, we won't be able to catch Mitch's call here locally because of the NFL broadcast restrictions. But if you are a serious subscriber, you'll be able to catch Mitch's call anywhere in the world.
Nice.
And or just drive down in the range of
sit in Kansas City, listen in your car.
Yeah,
not a bad idea.
Or St. Joe.
Yeah. Thank you, Mitch.
Don't get me started on that road. Don't get me started on that road. Don't get me started on that road.
It's like the old days when they wouldn't allow us to do Orange Bowl games. Oh no, we can't do the Orange Bowl game. What?
That's gonna be what one. It's done again. I'm gonna go to the NFL headquarters with a pitchfork. Like, it's just the dumbest thing ever. But that's okay. I get to overcome it. Let's go.
You know what, Mitch? I'll have it on my computer in my house if people want to come over, and maybe I'll stick an external speaker outside and they can sit under my deck.
Perfect.
Honestly, boys, thousands will do that. I don't. Thousands will do that.
Do I want a bunch of slobbering Chiefs fans sitting outside my basement window? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
All right, Mitch, have a good call. Thanks.
Thank you, Mitch.
See you, boys.
Mitch Holthus is brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Going back to the three-peat history, D-Lo tweets in, big fumble by Roger Craig, Former
That's
Husker
right.
ruins the three-peat. So they were up, and he fumbled the ball late.
They were up 13-12.
Wow.
They were trying to run out the clock.
Wow.
And old Roger Craig fumbled, and Lawrence Taylor recovered. And then they drove the necessary, it was about a 30, 40-yard drive,
And
got
they
in
kicked
field
the
goal
field goal.
range. Matt Barr and I went running around in circles going, yay, thank you,
And
Giants, you're the
Tough
best.
look for the Huskers.
Tough look for the Huskers. Did Montana get hurt in that game? Or did he get
Yeah,
hurt in the
Montana
previous
got
game?
hurt. It was earlier in the game. It's a famous play
Oh, is
where he's scrambling and Leonard Marshall chases him down from behind. Montana's scrambling. He stops, sets himself to throw, and Leonard Marshall just creams him from behind
Mm-hmm.
and sends him flying to the turf.
Yeah.
And he got knocked out of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And then Steve Young would have played that Super Bowl.
Interesting. And so think about what he just said. So this is a team now that's won 3 titles in the last 4 years. They played in huge games at this stadium, including multiple AFC championships in the last few years.
Yes.
It is hard to argue. It is hard to argue that this is not the biggest game that they have ever hosted in the stadium, given it's history. It's for history. It's not just for another Super Bowl.
It's league history, like
it is
Mitch
for
said.
something that we have never seen before.
Yeah. It's not Chiefs history. It's league history.
Yeah. Pretty incredible.
American sports history.
Again, the run that this franchise has gone on ever since Mitch Holthus started becoming a regular on this show. I don't know why Chiefs fans don't write us every day.
They should be kissing our ass.
Thanking us.
No, instead of writing to us all the time saying, why do you disrespect the Chiefs? No, we literally don't. We literally have handed you all of this glory that you've pined for forever. It's because of us.
Yeah.
It's because of us.
Chiefs fans tell us to get poop and roll it into balls.
Exactly. They do say those words to us, Nick. Travis says, this all just makes me want to vomit. Travis, that's how I will feel watching the NFC Championship game. So handshake meme.
Go Commanders.
Go Commanders. One time. I cannot believe Dirk Chatlin's favorite team has a chance to go to the Super Bowl.
And John Shriners.
I keep forgetting.
And John Shriner.
I keep forgetting that there's like a couple of Washington
2
fans.
Washington fans.
And my childhood friend, Evan.
Shout out to Nick's friend
childhood
Evan.
friend Evan, who used to like them when they were the
Yikes, Nick. Problematic. Classic Iowa. Nick and this guy probably had sword fights.
What?
I know what kids do. It's probably what happened, Nick.
Oh, they probably called them something else.
Oh, yeah?
No, because, they used to call them the...
Nice. Wow, Nick. Unreal.
We did used to play Cowboys and Commanders.
Nick! Wow!
Cowboys and Commanders, really?
Unreal.
Or Cowboys and Guardians.
Jordan says maybe you should request Super Bowl rings then. Yeah, I think we earned
we
a Super
should.
We should get a Super Bowl ring.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should.
Again, maybe we should cancel.
We're back owed 3 of them.
Yeah,
I was working here on
so
one of
let's cancel Mitch for next year and just see what happens. Watch them miss the playoffs, have their worst season in years, and then Chiefs fans will be begging us, please, sirs, please, put Mitch back.
You don't want to take that chance. You don't want to take that chance, Kingdom. If I were you, Kingdom, right now, I'd start pooling my money together. You get your little PayPals, you do your little thingy-majiggy, get a bunch of Chiefs fans to donate here in the Omaha Metro towards the John and Josh Super Bowl rings.
Yes.
And Nick.
I would prefer mine to be from Super Bowl 56.
Stibbs actually
the
deserves
superior
one.
Super
He
Bowl
was the
won by a
producer.
great team.
He was the producer for the first Super Bowl they won in 2019.
But I was the producer for last year.
No, we'll get him. But I just want to make sure Stibbs gets one.
No,
I mean,
Stibbs can have a big.
he was here for the
Kansas
first.
Stibbs
City
would
Chiefs
love
Super Bowl ring.
a Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl
Let's get him a
ring.
Super Bowl ring and then one of the hats, the ring hats that people
Oh,
love wearing.
yes, I'm sure he would love that.
Shane?
Well, I'm sorry. He would have loved that if he was still alive.
All right,
but I'm sure
we'll put it on his grave.
We'll put it on his gravestone.
On his tombstone.
That giant ring hat. We'll put it right over
Oh,
the little
man.
tombstone. Actually, it's just they didn't have enough to. They didn't want to
It's just a
spend on a big
slab.
tombstone. It's just a little. It's basically a piece of plastic buried in the ground that says Stibbs.
Yeah, they didn't want people peeing on it.
No
Yeah.
dates or
Just
anything.
having
just
sword fights.
Yeah, no days. It just says Stibbs, and it's written in crayon, so it's kind of faded now.
Couple of comments. Shane texts in as a lifelong Chiefs fan. Thank you for having Mitch on and the love. Yes, you're welcome, Shane. See, it's nice to have a Chiefs fan thank us for once instead of
stop
ripping into us.
disrespecting us.
Tears in their eyes.
Big strong men. Kevin emails
Well,
in.
I mean, they're Chiefs
Kugler?
fans. They're not really that strong.
Not that Kevin. Who is refereeing the Chiefs game?
That would be Omaha's own Cleet Blakeman.
Mm-hmm.
And I have statistics
Oh.
on Mr. Blakeman.
Oh.
That could be rather interesting. I'm gonna hold on to those little nuggets. Just hold on to those little nuggets
Roll them into poop.
Nice.
for our Friday show.
All right.
when we preview this game and when we're at the Hope Lodge.
Because coming up next,
Dumb Debates.
Wow. I feel like we haven't done these in years, even though we did do it last week.
It's not the same vibe.
Well,
when
Jack
we're
and
not
I did
all
them
doing
last week. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. I was gone last week.
Yeah,
I was
you were
like,
gone
yeah,
last week.
I feel like I haven't done this in years.
Yeah. You were getting flayed.
Yeah, feeling good now though.
Flayed.
Feeling good now though.
Paid a visit to the Boltons?
Yeah, the Boltons.
Yeah, John kept calling me Reek. Kept calling me Reek. They didn't remove that, John. Still there.
Not that they would have noticed.
Hey! Oh my gosh, it's so big. Thank you, sir. Oh, that guy was a Chiefs fan.
What guy?
Reek?
What guy?
The guy who did the stuff. He was telling me about how much he spent on Super Bowl tickets. And I'm like, Doc, this is making me feel really inadequate, and not in the way I thought I would. Like, yeah, it was like 14 grand. What?
Doctor said, "Don't worry, you can't.
That's
feel
my car.
You can't feel any less adequate." Dumb Debates next. 1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
Listeners and not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Melee to base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around,
even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
It's time for Dumb Debates, your chance to submit to the Grum. Send us your dumb debates. You can do that anytime. It doesn't have to be right now. It can be anytime.
Anytime.
Sitting on the can.
Look at these cans.
No, you're sitting on the can.
Sitting on the can.
Are you talking about John's light cans?
Nice.
You could be waiting at the doctor's office. Just anytime the moment, and you just go, man, that would be a great dumb debate.
Staring at
Fire it
things
off
on
to
your
us.
phone.
JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC1620.
Mm-hmm.
Email Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. You can even text him if you want to the
You can. It's just a little harder.
to the French Dipper hotline.
Yeah. It's just a little harder.
A what?
There was a commercial for Arby's or Panera French Dipper, and I said French Dipper. I forgot to give the hotline a name today. It's the French Dipper hotline now.
Could have called it the Ichiro Suzuki hotline.
Why would I do that? He got enough glory yesterday.
Not enough, John.
Yeah, he was one vote away from all the glory.
Oh, darn.
Where's Lou Holtz? I bet it was him.
Here's a question, John, that was sent to us from Dave Fight, originally asked by Kevin Suits of 1011 in Lincoln.
Does he have a lot of suits?
Where is it?
Well, he's a TV guy.
So
yeah.
where is 10 and where is it 11?
Channel 10, KOLN TV Lincoln, or KGIN TV Grand Island.
Okay.
Nice.
That's not my dumb debate question.
Lincoln Grand Island.
That wasn't Kevin's
That's why it's called
question.
1011.
That makes sense.
Kevin asked family debate from the weekend. What's the most universally well-known song of all time? Like when it plays, everyone recognizes the song and most know the lyrics, at least the start or the chorus.
Oh, see, I was going to say Seven Nation Army until they said lyrics.
Oh.
Yeah. But
So I did think of a song that we hear at sporting events is my answer. I think the answer is Don't Stop Believin'.
What about Sweet Caroline?
Oh my God!
Ba, ba. They do play that
I would
at
like to
weddings.
think.
They play it.
I would like to think that there are people who live in the deepest, darkest rainforests of Brazil.
Oh, the ones that don't
that have
come into
never heard
contact?
that crap, but they have heard the birthday song.
Yeah.
Ooh, happy birthday.
Unfortunately, I think a lot of people know like Thunderstruck, but that's just because people are obsessed with the 80s and bad 80s
it's
music.
great music and it's awesome and it should be used more often, unlike Sweet Caroline.
They hear
which is
Thunderstruck and
Poison.
they're like, wait, I thought this was Highway to Hell. It sounds the same.
Baymon says
sounds the same.
Auld Lang,
I'll give you sounds the
Auld
same.
Lang Syne, the most known worldwide. See, I don't know the words though. I know the.
Well, you know, do you have to know
I mean,
the
they
words?
did specify words.
Oh, well, it's a birthday song. It's a birthday song. Everybody knows a birthday song.
Do they sing it in other languages in the same beat?
Yeah, is it the same melody across the world?
Maybe. I don't know. Possibly.
Quick,
that's a good one.
Sing it in German, John.
Eins, zwei, drei. Yeah, see, I don't know how it sounds in German.
Rhymes.
1, 2,
4,
3.
5. Yeah, but now you're just counting. Man, John, that You might be right.
7 och 9.
Look at us, the German boys.
Interesting.
Saying, what was 11?
It's probably not
Elf.
It's
Elf. Oh, that's
Wolf,
right, Elf.
Then Dreizehn, Vierzehn, Fünfzehn, Sechzehn.
Actually, it's probably a really good thing that you guys still remember some German.
Nice, Nick. Andy says Bohemian Rhapsody. Matthew says, what about the English alphabet song?
That's just Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star.
E, F, G.
I wonder how you
Right, but if
are
you're Chinese.
above the world so high.
So yeah, we did do in German. We
Or
did
Russian.
I believe we did do that. We did it in the same tune.
Melody.
They say day. I think we did it. Yeah. Thank you, Nick. You are of music.
Mhm.
Dave brings up the other song that I was going to mention. If the birthday song is off the table, I'm going to go with YMCA. They were the biggest
Young
band.
man.
They were one of the biggest bands in the world. That song is played all. I mean, it's still played.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
President T loves that song.
What about Freebird? That's everyone, people at a show. Freebird.
It's more of a bit thing. I don't
Yeah.
think. See,
I mean, a lot of people have heard it.
yeah, but you got to find the youngs. Like, what do the youngs know? And that's where Happy Birthday is gonna.
Yeah,
It's
because
gonna
they've
win over
heard it since they
everything.
were a baby.
Yeah, they really have. They really have.
Everyone has sung it. Everyone sings it multiple times a year,
Mm-hmm.
unless you have no friends or no family.
Oh, what Nick had that
I
Evan,
have
that Evan
family
guy.
and my friend Evan. We were best friends.
Yeah, racist best friends.
I used to play baseball games with him.
Wow, and then baseball went away when Evan went away.
Yeah, and you know what? They were always the Braves and the Indians.
Yikes, Nick. Krecky says something from the Beatles. See, I don't think it is. I mean, at one point in time, sure, but at this moment, I don't think
Yeah.
so. I mean, I really do think it's the birthday song. Or
That's a really good pick.
yeah.
Yeah, and I hate to take the easy way out, but that's kind of what it is.
Ian texts in, and yes, UNO. Yeah, that's
Oh,
da-da-da.
Everybody knows that song.
Listen, we have a few years behind the birthday song, but with time, I
What-
think we can make it happen.
What about, and I'm serious, the main song from Star Wars?
Well, it's funny you say that because Kevin tweets in. Until you said words, I was going to say the Imperial March from Star Wars. So yeah, when you start thinking about very popular movies.
Now,
But no lyrics.
Yeah, there's no lyrics.
But it's a very famous song. A lot of people have seen that one.
Mhm.
Even people who don't know Star Wars know they definitely know the Imperial March.
Uh-huh.
Bum, 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 bum. Jimmy Allen says, host of After Hours with Jimmy Allen, isn't the answer the national anthem? I think you mean Star Spangled Banner.
Well, people in France, I mean, no, not necessarily.
Also, other countries have some cooler sounding anthems than we do.
Well, it isn't that about what the cool songs
No,
are.
I
It's
know,
just, what's most known.
Nobody around the world cares about our anthem.
Maybe it's the Notre Dame fight song. Every other high school uses it.
Ba, 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 ba.
It's a good one.
Mark says, kid's a swimmer. Everyone of the thousands of meets have played Don't Stop Believin'.
Again,
if you're trying to move away from like birthday, like that
Yeah,
type of stuff,
yeah.
I think Don't Stop Believin' is very high on the list.
and I think that's because, again, society's obsessed with 80s music, and it's just pervasive. It's everywhere.
This isn't
all the time.
soapbox segment, Nick. This is what is
Yeah.
the answer.
But I think
stop pouting.
I think it's a fair thing to bring up.
Well, sure. If you want to talk about why it's that song, I guess that wasn't the dumb debate. Wasn't why is Don't Stop
The
Believin'.
best
so
part
popular.
is 20 years from now, when it should be moved on to another generation, it'll still be 80s music
I
because they don't
know.
make good music today.
That's not true. You sound so old, John.
Well, yeah. In the future, it's going to
Old
be
but right.
Mr. Brightside. Beringer fan says, check the back seat. Tony says, shark, baby shark. Do.
I don't know.
Enough people who don't have kids don't know that song.
I feel like Baby Shark has gone the way of Gangnam Style. And remember,
Whoop,
at one point,
whoop,
Gangnam
whoop,
Style
whoop.
was it?
Do you think John knows that song?
Had the most views on YouTube.
Sexy lady.
That was the first video on YouTube to have what, a million or a billion views?
I think a billion. The first one that I remember, the first big YouTube video I remember was
YouTube?
the
Or OK Go?
no, it was the guy who danced, and it was like every style of dance.
Oh, the history of that
Yeah.
guy came to my school once for an assembly.
Wow, that's wild.
Yeah, but it was like years after he was relevant. He
Mm.
was just doing school talks.
Rick asks, you call customer service for assistance.
Customer what?
The recording says we are experiencing a higher than normal call volume. Is there ever a time you call in and it's not a higher than normal call volume, or is that their standard line?
It is a standard line, and I can confirm that because one time I called someone, it was, we are experiencing a higher whatever. You are caller number 1. And I was like, okay, well, it can't be true that it was higher. They have that if you
That's
are not
just your
the
default, you're recording. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. If you're not the next person up.
So my thoughts on this are, if you're calling a customer service hotline, chances are there's a reason you're doing that for the specific thing. Say you have a drill and the drill broke. You're calling the customer service hotline. But if the drill broke for you, it probably broke for everybody else. So those people are going to call about the drill.
Yeah. I had to call because I've been dealing with the whole flex spending this year for the first time in my life. And I had to call, and thankfully, I did it one day on my way to work, and I was on hold the entire time I drove here, which wasted very valuable podcasting time. So then the next morning, I was like, I'm going to just call first thing when they open. And I was still on hold for like 15 minutes, but I just put it on speaker, sat there, and did work until, the lady finally hopped on. And then get this, I forgot to tell the story. She told me to call this number for NRG. So I call, trying to figure out something. It was the other NRG.
No.
Yeah, the one that's in, that sponsored Houston Stadium. I was like, okay, this is problematic. Eventually, I figured out what I needed.
What would be the worst song that you have to listen to while on hold?
The one from that annoying Family Guy episode. Bird is the word.
Yeah?
Yeah. I hate that song. I hate that episode.
I mean, there's too many to choose from. I couldn't pick one. There's,
ba, ba, ba.
I mean, that's one of them. That's
John
right
would
up
be
there. That's in the Hall of Fame.
The elevator music version of that song.
Hall of Fame of bad songs.
Ooh, I bet that's on YouTube somewhere. Charlie says,
I want to put everybody who thinks that's such a cool song, I want to put them all in the same
That's
room.
me.
And I want them to be stuck there for a month solid with just bread and water. And that's all they hear is that song.
That's torture.
Exactly.
John, you can't want someone
Exactly.
John is describing
it's torture.
a literal...
You have described the song as torture. Thank you.
No, John, you're describing a literal tactic that was used in Guantanamo
You could
Bay.
do that with my favorite. You could do that with Hey Jude, and it would be torture.
Mm-hmm.
It's like when you wake up, if you Pavlov yourself into
I just
an
want
alarm
everyone
song.
I just want everyone to feel as I feel when that song is forced upon us in the middle of the 8th inning at every damn College World Series game.
How about you just let people enjoy things? How about that? Why can't people just be happy?
So it's okay that I have to let people enjoy things, but if you want to let people, why can't I enjoy my ACDs? No, I can't.
You can enjoy it.
Nick's got to look cross at it.
You can enjoy it. I just think that its time has passed.
Steve writes,
just and Sweet Caroline's is really past, like way past, like 10 years before past.
Steve says people are always obsessed with earlier decades, Nick. I graduated high school in the 80s. Everyone was obsessed with the 50s. In the 90s, many people were obsessed with the 70s.
No.
Yeah, right now we love the 90s.
I get that, but it took too long to get to the 90s.
Well,
is what I'm saying.
Soon we're going to be obsessed with the early 2000s, and I'm going to have a mental breakdown.
But I feel like we should have been obsessed with the early 2000s sooner than we did. I get that it's all cyclical,
Well, it's
but
probably good that we're not.
People were obsessed with the 80s for way longer than any other decade.
Because it was really, really good. I mean, really good.
Lashun.
Oh, Sam, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
if you had to select one representative of the human race to represent us in a discussion with alien life, what current or former Nebraska athletic coach would you send?
Terry Pettit. Look at me.
Terry Pettit.
Look at me.
Interesting.
I read a quote from him in a...
Not John Cook. John Cook not good enough for you. It's got to be Terry Pettit.
He's focused on recruiting right now. He's got to put together his roster.
Well, but this is recruiting aliens.
That's true.
Imagine how much better Nebraska volleyball would be with aliens.
I always feel like Terry Pettit, every time I read quotes from him, I think that guy has a very good head on his shoulders. I think that he is well-read. I think that he tries to understand both sides of the argument.
Damn,
did I steal yours?
You made a great point.
Well, I think it's him.
Tom
is too old.
Here I was trying to figure out
his mouth is too mushy.
So is the question asking for
That's Tom's mouth now.
Asking for an ambassador or just the best representative of the human race?
If you had to select a representative of the human race to represent us in a discussion with alien life, what current or former Nebraska athletic coach would you send?
So you need someone who feels like they're more in touch with the general public and not somebody who could just sweet talk.
Well, yeah, because Max says Matt Rhule, he communicates very well, but would you worry that he's too much of a snake oil salesman?
Yes.
Other people's words, not mine.
I'd say Scott Frost. I feel
hate you,
like
Nick.
Scott Frost is the most...
No, he's not.
real.
No, he is. No, he is not. You're trolling.
I think he's
Stop
a
it.
representative.
Cracky says boozed up Bob Devaney. Yeah, dig up his corpse.
I mean, as far as negotiations,
Mm-hmm.
especially if these are hostile aliens, Bob could loosen them up a little bit.
Oh yeah,
a little drinky drink.
Yeah, look at this
Little
bourbon.
cocktail. Maybe bring in some
Aliens, you have bourbon?
Maybe bring in some hookers.
Nice.
You know,
But
have
if
a good
Scott
time.
Frost goes, he can introduce them to Mars.
Margaritas. That's a great point, Nick.
Sure, but you know, you got to have the personality skills.
What about,
You got to have, you got to have those negotiation skills. I think Bob Devaney's not a terrible suggestion.
well, but he's dead.
Two horrible suggestions would be either Danny Nee or Bo Pelini.
They would be pretty bad. What do you think about?
Because eventually they'd lose their
What
cool.
about Callahan? Just because it'd be funny.
Alan says Ron Brown. I mean, you don't want any gay aliens because Ron's not going to have a good time talking to those aliens. Spot the lie. The other one that I was going to say was, what about Dave Van Horn? How would he be, do you think? You know Dave better than I do. He'd do fine.
I think he'd do okay.
Yeah.
I just think they're better,
Danny Nee. That would be funny. Because now I'm imagining the story that you've told me before.
Get Hoiberg there and have him hand him some air fresheners. Smells like me.
Oh my gosh. Very weird.
Trying to think who else might be.
Sam says Scott Frost waived his opening statement with Big Ten Media. We're getting the Independence Day treatment if he's talking with the aliens. Man,
that's true.
Yeah, you don't want that.
That's true.
You don't want that. Tim Miles. James says Tim Miles.
No, I don't think you want Tim Miles. You want to talk about snake oil. Come on, man.
Cracky says, hello, aliens. Let me tell you about this amazing thing we have called golden tea. Scott Frost would definitely like to talk about
That's
that.
true.
I mean,
Matt
sometimes
says Frost would probably miss the meeting. Yeah.
Yeah,
Why-
that's the other problem. And then the aliens would be like, man, you didn't even bother to come here. Shoot the photon torpedoes at us. We're goners.
So the reason I did say Scott Frost is because if we're looking for a representative of the human race, there were times where Scott Frost to me just seemed like a dude that they put in that position.
He's
Like,
not, though.
He didn't feel like very diplomatic about anything or very snake oily. He was just
You're an
a
idiot.
dude plopped there. Like if
dude
I were to be the
plopped
coach
there.
of
Yeah, but
Nebraska.
we want it to go over well. We don't want it to be bad.
But it's asking for
Yeah,
a representative, not an ambassador.
You are way overthinking this. Charlie writes, when does this week become last week? And when does next week become this week? On
Saturday.
Monday is the most recent Sunday last Sunday or this Sunday? When does the upcoming Sunday go from next Sunday to this Sunday? If a day has passed, is it automatically last week, even if you were only one day away from said day? This and next Sunday to me happens when you cross over the previous Sunday. When you are on that then Sunday, if you were on Pro Bowl Sunday, you would say the Super Bowl is this Sunday, in my opinion. But when you are the day before, you would say the Super Bowl is next Sunday. In my
I
opinion.
have talked to people who it'll be Monday and then they'll say next Sunday.
Talking
but
about
they
the
mean
Sunday that is
upcoming
6 days
Sunday.
away. Yeah, that's,
and I hate that.
that's this
It's
Sunday.
so confusing.
Yeah, next Sunday is the following Sunday.
Yeah, I believe when you say this Sunday, it is the next.
Yes.
It's coming up. Now, the thing is, if you're on Monday
say last
and you're
Sunday,
talking about last Sunday,
It means the previous Sunday.
Right,
Yeah,
yeah,
it doesn't mean
'cause-
yesterday,
doesn't
because you
mean
would just say
yesterday.
yesterday.
Yeah.
Which is a Beatles song that's very famous.
This question reminds me a lot of a question that's bugged me forever.
Okay.
You're not supposed to feed gremlin. What are they called before the gremlins?
the Mogwai.
The Mogwai. You're not supposed to feed them after midnight, but it's always after midnight. When is it not after midnight?
It's not after midnight.
Well, it's midnight where you are.
No, what he is saying, John, is technically we are always after midnight.
Right.
It is no longer after midnight. I think at like 6 a.m. That is no longer after midnight.
But it is the Mogwai follow time zones? Or is it supposed to be
Of
after
course they
midnight?
do.
in
They're in the
China?
time zone that we all
It's
have to
basically
follow
like, when
time
does the
zones.
new day actually start? The new day, I think, 6 a.m. is kind of when, like, that's a new day. A fresh, when Gary and Matt are on the air, it's a brand new day. It is now Thursday.
So don't
that
feed it.
could
at
have been the name of
5:59.
their show, A Brand New Day.
Oh, with Gary and Matt.
That's a good name.
Yep. What? They named it after
Imagine
them.
how bright and shiny that would
What
be.
about
Hey,
Hello-
welcome to A Brand New Day.
What about Good Morning Sports?
That's
Good Morning Sports?
It's actually a fun name.
Hello
I'm
Sports.
so happy that our show name isn't John and Josh. No offense to Gary and Matt. I like our name. Happer wants to change his name.
Makes
Good
it
luck.
makes it harder to fire you.
Well, it makes it easier to fire. Yikes.
Exactly.
Rats. Baymon writes,
We need to renegotiate.
which planet in our solar system would you do away with if you had to eliminate one?
Well,
which of our planets
the
is
damn
the
scientists
1970
or
Huskers?
the woke scientists have been trying to kill Pluto forever.
They've been trying to cancel Pluto for. Yeah, what is Pluto at this exact moment? Is it a planet or not a planet?
Dwarf
again?
planet.
See, now, what does that mean, though?
It means it's not a planet.
So why is that a dwarf
So it's
planet?
an asteroid?
Is it that much smaller
giant
than
floating rock
than Mercury? Because Mercury's not very big.
It is that much smaller than Mercury.
Is it really?
Yeah. There are moons that are bigger than Pluto, which is why everybody is all like, oh. Because there's also some times where Pluto can be in the same orbit as...
Yeah, but if you're Jupiter, you're looking down at a puny old Earth saying, yeah, you ain't no damn planet. You just...
So that's Pluto compared to Mercury.
I poop moons bigger than you.
And I don't know, Nick. Earth...
Jupiter has any moons bigger
If,
than
like, Earth is a basketball and Venus is a volleyball, what would you say, John? Mercury is a softball and Pluto is a baseball?
I think it's less about size.
ping-pong ball.
I think it's less about size and more about the orbits. Because there are times where Pluto's orbit syncs up with some of the moons of Neptune. And I think that's where the confusion
I'm Team
kinda comes
Pluto.
in. And Pluto's so far out
So
there.
which one do you want to cancel, then? Uranus?
No.
It has to be a planet,
you need
right?
Uranus.
Venus seems like a pain in the ass.
It's really hot. We've tried to send things there.
Gassy.
They just melt.
See you later,
Acid
Venus.
everywhere.
Yeah.
I like
Really?
Venus.
You get rid of Venus?
What are you going to get rid of?
I'll get rid of Mercury.
Then you kill the song. I'm your Venus.
That's true.
What about Venus Williams? What'd she become?
Well, Williams.
She becomes Williams.
Drop the Venus.
Wow,
It's clean.
taking away her name.
Wow.
No.
Hi, I'm Serena. Here's my sister, Williams. Hey, didn't
that
you
a
used to
girl's
be?
name?
Nope, can't say it anymore. Josh canceled Venus.
We're not allowed to anymore.
I'm getting rid of Mercury.
How come?
Boring ass planet. It's dry. It's too hot.
I mean, theoretically,
It's
they're
just
all boring ass planets. We've never been to any of them.
Right, but Venus
Mars
has
seems kind of cool.
Venus has cool things happening. Mars has wind.
I'm always interested in the gassy planets like Jupiter. It's pretty fascinating to me.
It's where
There's
girls
like-
go to get more stupider.
It's just like a bunch of tornadoes and hurricanes happening on the thing all the time. Then they have that big red dot.
Mhm.
Matt says, would you choose permanent weather where the temp is never above 65 or never below 85?
Say that again, please.
Permanent temp, never above 65 or never below 85. So it's always 86 or higher, or it's always 64 or lower.
I hate being hot.
Oh,
So I'm going to go with the cold.
Sadly, I got to agree.
Give me
That's
85.
that's not a great bargain there, man.
I'll take the 85 or higher.
I'd
Not
rather
me,
be. I'd rather.
Because we
be
don't
cold.
get 85 or higher here without 85% or greater humidity.
I know,
So
man.
if
And
it's
it
cold,
feels like crap.
Yeah, but
and think about it. In running
I know,
temperature,
it's
that's
a million
that's,
degrees.
That's 1,000,000 degrees Kelvin.
Yeah, it's like being on Jupiter.
and if
Yeah.
if it's cold, you can put on more layers. But if it's hot, you can't shed your skin.
Bingo.
Well, you're right, Nick. You can't. I don't know, man. It's like the nicest of days being 65 is a bummer.
That's
the
perfect.
nicest. No, but
As Mr. I like my hoodies. I like to wear my hoodies.
I do, but I like
that
my
would be
shorts.
like 85 for you when you ran.
Man, but
That's true.
And for running, I mean, I do need to pick the first answer. Oh man,
wow, Josh out
I
on
just
running
love
now.
shorts. I love shorts. I bought new shorts today.
You can wear
I'm getting
shorts
ready.
in 65 degrees.
Yeah, but that's just not warm enough. The best days are in the 70s.
See, again, this is a terrible bargain, but
Wow.
I've got to go with 65 and lower.
Baymon says I can live in the 55 to 64 realm just fine. 85 to 94, not so much.
Yeah, I would want to die.
No, you
I
wouldn't want to,
hate
Especially if
dying.
it's every
You love
day.
the College World Series.
And that's
It wasn't that hot
and
the last
that's
couple
assuming
years.
that means the low temperature at night is 85. That's it. That's as cool as it ever gets. That would be miserable.
Also, think about the electricity, Josh. The environment.
Think about that's a good point. BJ says, "Good Lord, you guys need to watch How the Universe Works. My IQ is plummeting listening to you talk about planets. What did we mess up with planets? We were just wondering about the size. I don't think we said anything stupid in there.
I mean, I might have messed up talking about the orbits, but I don't think that was wrong.
Yeah, BJ, you're the idiot. I'm sorry. Science.
Science.
Was it because I said Jupiter's where girls go to get more stupider? Because that's true, because
Maybe.
guys go to Mars to get more
Yeah.
candy bars.
Adam says Pluto is smaller than our moon.
Yes.
It is tiny.
Tiny baby.
Hmm.
Celestial body.
Does that mean our moon gets to declare itself as being a planet?
Maybe it does.
No, because the moon is the size of a moon.
It is interesting how moons aren't just other planets, but it's because they orbit the planets.
Yes.
I understand. See, BJ? I know
Yeah.
what's going on.
We understand how all this works.
Planets. Adam also says we are no longer after midnight when the sun comes up. So it's less about an actual time and more about what time the sun rises. So in the summer, the day starts, it's no longer after midnight. earlier.
It's weird that there's this creature that biologically developed to follow human set things, concepts.
Yeah. I mean, it's a movie.
Not the
Nick,
sunrise, I
from
guess,
the
but, like, the
80s.
time.
It's a movie from the 80s.
Sure is.
I've never seen that movie.
Which one?
The
Never
one
seen
about-
Gremlins?
Mm-mm.
Interesting.
Oh, Gremlins, yeah.
Like I've seen like bits and pieces, but I've never watched it front to back.
Gremlins is
Ever
funny.
seen Gizmo?
Gremlins was a funny movie.
Cracky says Saturn is the goat planet. It has the most rings. I would love to see Saturn.
Did you know that Neptune and Uranus also have rings?
I do.
A lot of people don't know that.
BJ, I know about planets.
Where did Uranus get its rings?
Pharmacy.
Adam and Eve, probably.
Nice. Nice.
And that is Dumb Debates.
Man, that's awesome. What a topic.
It is a good topic.
Topic alert. That was fun. I had a good time. I like talking about space.
We enjoy your dumb debate. See, this is what happens when you all get to take over the program.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for your service.
We do thank you for your service. And when we come back, more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct, which includes
Space?
the latest on the NFL coaching searches. So far, Josh, fingers crossed, 39 minutes to go. No white smoke coming from down there in Arlington, Texas.
No, I think it's because it's not on fire yet.
No, it's going to be black smoke. That's when it's on fire.
We do have Jets news, though.
Oh.
Something is now official that we can announce when we return.
1620 The Zone. Slowly but surely, we're getting closer to filling all the vacant NFL coaching spots. Of course, the Bears did that earlier this week with the hiring of Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson.
They call him Ben
Saints
John.
are still looking.
Yep.
Jags are now looking.
And they're looking for a GM.
And for a GM.
Balky is...
Did Liam Cohen get Trent Baalke fired? Because
Great
Liam
question.
Cohen was the one that had interviewed and said, nah,
I don't want to be there with that guy.
I think I'd rather stay here. Yes, I belched. I'm
Yep,
sorry.
Yep, you're good.
Yeah, I decided I'm going to just stay here and still be the play caller at Tampa and work with former Rams legend Baker Mayfield, than have to work for Trent Baalke. So the Jags are now looking for basically a front office. Let's see. Of course, Dallas still seeking. The Bears mentioned Ben Johnson. The Jets
just came down. The Jets announce Aaron Glenn, new head coach. They've
So
agreed to
welcome,
terms.
Detroit, to the world of getting all your fine coaches poached because you're good. We, of course, in Rams Nation, have been there, done that. Many times.
And the thing that sucks for them is they didn't get anything out of this season. I mean, they got the wins in the regular year, but of course
true.
it wasn't about that. It was about winning their first Super Bowl, at the very least, making it.
That is true.
And so now they have to start over again in the process. So that is where they are at.
So, did I mention the Saints? Saints are still not.
Saints
there
are still,
yet.
yeah, and they were disrupted because of the snow. I know that they had
crazy to think about, but yes.
My
Like, what
former
am I
head
gonna
coach,
do?
Mike McCarthy, will be interviewing down there, or has interviewed at some point in time because of the. I believe the snow delayed his interview, so I think that's going to happen within the next 24 hours or so.
What is more likely? That McCarthy gets a job or he doesn't get a job?
Man, now, yeah, I do kind of wonder. I thought that he was going to get the Bears job, but I didn't know that they were going to be able to land Ben Johnson.
A lot of folks still think he might get the Saints job, but it's just like...
And that's kind of it. If he doesn't get that, he's not getting any unless he comes back to the Cowboys, I guess. I don't even want to imagine that. Not for having him back, but more just the circus of firing a guy or letting a guy's contract expire. Oh, man.
By the way, the Patriots they're getting the band back together.
They are.
Josh McDaniels is
Yes.
back as OC for what is eighth tour duty, it seems like.
Yes, he is. And he's been a good offensive coordinator there. You know, that is what he does best. That is what he does best. And so Vrabel is bringing him back. For those who don't know, my favorite team yesterday, seemingly out of nowhere, there's one reporter who has been on the don't count out Brian Schottenheimer beat for like a week that covers the team. His name's Joe Hoyt. He was the first person to bring this name up. And most of us were like, please God, I hope that you're wrong. Well, Schottenheimer interviewed yesterday. He is going to have a second interview today. They are still actually in a meeting or in an interview that is I believe it's now lasted 5 hours. So I believe if I were a betting man now, it's not going to be Kellen Moore. It's going to be Brian Schottenheimer, which is just so depressing. Sean, this might break me. This might break me.
First of all, I remember when Schottenheimer was hired as your OC. I was like,
I know. I hated it then. And he didn't even call plays.
And it's not like I know there were some injuries, but it's not like the Cowboys offense. Cowboys offense did seem to take a step back even when
this year.
Even when
when they had Dak, they sucked.
When Dak was still
sucked
healthy.
all year. Yeah.
And so that this might be what you end up with.
Because so here's the theory that a lot of people have, and I will echo this theory because I think it's a solid one. It will be him. They will bring in Jason Witten, and this is essentially a bridge coach to get to Jason Witten, I think is what is happening right now. Jerry wants to hire Jason Witten, but he doesn't want to do it yet. So Jason Witten will be on the staff. I know. It's ridiculous. You know, I used to always pity the fans who had the owners that are just truly god-awful.
Yeah.
And Jerry is an idiot and, is definitely a reason that they have struggled. But, I always thought, well, at least he pays and, they do draft well. I would tell myself these things. Man, he is now digging his heels in. He is not going to give up being a GM. He's going to do it his way. He's interviewing some candidates that nobody else wants, nobody else is interested in. And to hire Schottenheimer, who wants him? Who wants Brian Schottenheimer?
Who have they officially interviewed?
They've interviewed Robert Saleh. They've interviewed Leslie Frazier. They've interviewed Kellen Moore, and now Schottenheimer twice.
And none of those other guys have interviewed in any of the other
I
openings.
believe Saleh has. I think
Okay.
Saleh has
So one
guy. Yeah. And that's it. Because
Not
I don't
that-
think
not that
Kellen
you-
Moore
not
has
that
this
you
year.
have to, but
it's not a good thing when you're going after coaches that nobody else wants.
right. That everyone else is like, yeah, no, they're just not going to work. And I get every team's a little bit of a different fit, but
Because he wants someone who he can control. I mean,
of course he does.
Jordan says, is it time to take Jerry out to pasture? Look, I will not.
No, absolutely not. How dare you? He still has all of his faculties. He can still walk.
Yeah, he can. He can definitely walk.
Certain functions probably still function.
You think so?
Maybe.
Prove it, Jerry.
No, we need Jared to live forever.
No.
He needs to live.
Sometimes it's nice to just have the memories of people.
No, it's nice. It's nice when people are able to continue perpetuating memories, good memories, positive memories, heartwarming memories.
None of the memories
You know
right
how
now
heartwarming it has been not to see that ugly ass star in the playoffs. Oh, it's warmed the cold cockles of my heart.
Well, my heart remains cold still. And now I think it might stop beating.
Why don't you want John's cockles to be warm?
Yeah.
John's cockles can remain warm for other reasons. The Blue Jays are back. John, they're good again. They're going to the tournament.
They are, but it's
the
just
Rams made the second round and got to play in a snow game. That's fun. That should warm the cockles.
Ironically.
Your Boston Celtics won an NBA Finals.
And your Sacramento Kings are doing things.
They're lighting the beam. God.
Yeah, I'm flabbergasted. I really am. It is incredible for someone who comes across as like so bent, so desperate to win in an organization.
They're not though.
That has been one of the lead standards of winning historically.
They are not. They are not. They do not want to win.
And well, they don't want to win. They want to win, or he wants to win his way. It has to be his way.
Yeah, but you know what the weird part about it now is? For the longest time, it was like, I think he wants to win and get all the credit, right? And for that, it means like he's the GM. He is the one in power. Hiring Schottenheimer and having another offseason where you don't do anything in free agency, like, that's not trying to win. That's trying to save money. Which, like, is Jerry not liquid? Like, what are we talking about? Like, does he not actually have the cash? His franchise is very valuable. So if he sold it, he would have money. He would have $10 billion. Does Jerry actually not have liquid?
But
he's got plenty of liquid. He buys it at 7-Eleven.
Nice. God. There's no such thing as somebody who's rich, though, but doesn't actually have that money. They just say they're rich. That doesn't happen.
It has never happened, Nick, where a rich person has said they're rich and they're actually not rich.
Yeah, it just doesn't happen.
On paper, he's worth a lot of money, but he's certainly not willing to spend a lot of it right now. God.
Well, coming up next, some more NFL news and notes. Chance for a record. Not just the Chiefs setting a record, but chance for an individual record.
Individual record.
And Dan Hurley plays the "Don't You Know Who I Am" card.
Oh!
On 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Real quick, our old buddy Gary Java sends us a little
Gary
note from the Equitable Bank inbox.
Hello, Gary.
By the way, thanks for your kudos for Saturday, Gary. He said, tell Mitch Holthus to ask his Chiefs to go easy on us poor underdog Bills. He is the
Gary.
OG. Gary Java is the OG Bills fan in this city.
Take that, Matt Schick.
Win one for Java Man.
Gary, you're going to be just fine. Bills are taking care of business on Sunday. You're going back to the Super Bowl for the first time since the 1993 season. I'm pumped for you. It's going to be awesome. Still
Can't
lose to the
believe
Eagles.
Disrespecting the Chiefs.
I'm going to disrespect them all week long. Nick?
Tom Brady, his agent,
yeah,
says he's going to fulfill his entire 10-year Fox contract. So we get 9 more years of Tom's grunts, squeaks, and avoiding talking about officials because he's part owner of an NFL team?
That's pretty much how it works.
I do not believe this whatsoever. There's no way he's going to finish the contract. Put it on the long-term list.
Why won't he
Get
finish
the Rotten Tomatoes.
Why won't he finish?
He'll get bored. He'll want to be more involved with the Raiders. It's not tenable. I think this is a pushback to a lot of the scuttlebutt that he's only going to last 1 year. Many people on many sides think he's going to be done after 1. I don't think he'll be done after this year. It wouldn't surprise me. There's no way he's going to last 10 years. He'll buy out after a few.
Yeah, he's not going to finish this deal.
It's way too long.
He's not going to finish out this deal.
He'll go to like an emeritus role. He'll still get paid from Fox, but he'll just do other stuff. He'll just, pal around.
Maybe he'll be on that podcast with the guys from the Fox College show. With Urban. Maybe he and Herbs can, Sweet Baby Herbs can do a podcast together.
Sweet Baby Herbs.
It'll be called
Goober and the
Goob. Ohio State-Michigan rivalry that still means something.
Nice.
Because the
Bit
real
lengthy.
one doesn't.
Bit wordy.
A little wordy.
Bit wordy. We'll look at it again.
In a move that shocks absolutely nobody, the Ravens will look to extend Derrick Henry's contract. He originally signed a 2-year deal last offseason, but how many good years do you think he has left?
Man, I would honestly be a little concerned that he has no good years left. He'd already been trending. I know, man, but he had been. So he averaged 5.4 yards per carry back in the COVID year. He rushed for over 2,000 yards. But after that, it dropped to 4.3, 4.4, and 4.2 before then going all the way back up to 5.9. Now, a positive about being in Baltimore instead of Tennessee is he would have an MVP caliber quarterback standing to his left or right every single play, which undoubtedly helped him and helped Lamar this season. But he's been playing in the NFL for 9 years. I mean, dude, he's getting so close to when you fall off. So I would probably put the over-under at 1.5, and I would go under. I think he'll have one more good year, but it would not shock me if that yards per carry dip below 5 next year, and it was kind of the beginning of the end.
So if you're the Ravens, how long of a contract do you want?
Oh, man. Try to do some incentive-laden stuff. I mean,
that's what it would be. It would have to be incentive-laden. It's like, hey, let's do a 3-year and just see. And
can you keep
of course,
him?
in the NFL, you can cut people anytime you
Can
damn
you just
well
keep him
please.
for the last year and not have to? I mean, he probably would want a
Well, that's the thing. I'm
guarantee, right?
thinking
He's going to hold out if he doesn't get more years.
Make him a kicker.
That would not help anything.
No,
I don't think so.
But in terms of how many good years he has left, I'll give him 2.
2? That'd be fun.
2 where he's like still a feared back.
Speaking of runners, Josh.
Oh, I ran today.
Saquan Barkley.
Saquan
Barkley has had a remarkable season, and through 2 playoff games, he sits at 324 rushing yards. The single playoff record is 610, set by John Riggins in 1982. Will Barkley get the 287 required to break that record?
Well, he had a pair of 100-yard games against Washington, so let's just say he gets $130. It means he still needs 150 yards in the Super Bowl.
Did Riggins do that in 3 games?
He did it in 4.
He did do it in
because
4.
that was the year of the strike, and so they had an expanded playoff.
Okay.
So, yes, it would be 4 games versus 4 games. I'm going to say no, only because the wrong team is favored, and Barkley's going to have to rush for 287 in the NFC Championship game because there won't be a 4th game for him.
He'll do it. This is my hell year. Why not do it, Saquon? Might as well. I actually think this is fairly realistic. If they win on Sunday, I bet he's getting close to 2 Bills again. And by that point in time, against the Bills, then he would only need about 100 yards. I think it's very much in play. I'm serious. He's had a great year, man. Sad.
Folks are bracing for another questionable call that goes the way of the Chiefs. But that can't stop us from having a little fun. What do you think of the new end zone point at Arrowhead Stadium?
End zone paint, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, look at that. They've repainted the end zone.
Oh, it says refs, not chefs. This would be very awesome if they did that. It would be very, very, very awesome if they did that.
It's a very good graphic there put out by an account called Total Pro Sports.
Man, people
That's
hate the
pretty
Chiefs.
funny.
They hate the Chiefs.
Well, they hate the fact that the Chiefs are getting a lot of calls.
They do hate that as well.
It is a little sus.
I mean, as one who has been, I remember when the Niners got a lot of calls. I remember when the Pats got a lot of calls. Remember when the Cowboys, who still get a lot of calls, get a lot of calls.
No, they don't.
This seems worse, though.
Does it?
Yes.
And I don't think.
Well, worse in the sense that it's generally about Patrick Mahomes. And it always seems to happen at a very crucial time.
Yeah, but didn't with the Patriots, it always was about Tom Brady, and he was overly protected, and he would whine to the refs, and he would
Right.
I just feel like this always happens.
Oh, we don't have the Patrick Mahomes rule yet.
The biggest difference is that
true.
that's the biggest difference is that we are in an era where we protect quarterbacks more. But I will say this, and Aikman hit on it on Saturday. He does do the thing where he runs around, and it's like, is he a runner? Is he a quarterback? Is he a runner? Is he a quarterback? Like, we need to put in some legislation that says, like, if you're going to do that stuff, you are a runner. At a certain point in time, you have to be a runner.
Here's some legislation. It's football. People tackle. Deal with it.
Deal with it, says John.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Oh.
In last night's OT win over Butler, UConn's Dan Hurley was caught being a bit braggadocious about himself.
Now, there's no audio attached to this, but you can read his lips. Don't walk away from me. Don't you know who I am? I'm the best
effing coach in America. He was yelling at Big East ref Nate Farrell.
Because he turned his back on him and
turned
walked
his
away.
back.
Uh-huh.
And then I did see a press conference afterwards. Hurley was asked about it, and he kind of was like, did I actually say that? And he realized that people had caught him saying,
Uh-huh.
yeah, I might have said that. And he joked about it, but his overall point was, we haven't been getting many great whistles this year.
Why can't I get the Patrick Mahomes treatment, says Coach Hurley.
It shocks
What
me.
a line.
It shocks me that he doesn't get teed up more often than he does.
I know, man. He has a long leash. Because he's the best coach in the sport. That he actually
exactly. He actually does get the benefit of being who he is. Because honestly, a lot of other coaches would do that and they would get teed up. He does not get teed up as many times as you would think somebody who is constantly bagging,
behind the bag.
Look at what happened in the Maui tournament.
Oh, yeah. Exactly.
So, yeah, I listen, I'm glad, just like with Jim Harbaugh, I'm glad this guy's in college basketball. I'm glad he didn't take that Lakers job.
It would have been an odd fit in the pros.
I'm glad he didn't take that Lakers job. I think, stuff like this, whether you agree or disagree, it's good sportsmanship, blah, 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 whatever. I mean, refs, managers, they've been yelling at coaches forever and umpires.
Yeah.
Or referees and umpires forever.
He ain't wrong. He ain't wrong when he says it. And again, because he is the best coach, I think that the leash is longer and he doesn't get teed up as much as he would have if he was, say, Fred Hoiberg wouldn't act that way, but
That's why I hope next time he needs to pull the card, Max says, don't you know who I am? I'm the guy who's 8-2 against the best coach in America.
Bingo. Do it, Greg.
Speaking of college basketball, Ohio State came back from 15 down last night to end Purdue's 26-game home winning streak. Why has this been such a wonky-ass season for college hoops?
I mean, we have upsets all the time. Does it feel that wonky to you?
Feels a little bit more wonky than we've had multiple number one teams, though we've also had, Tennessee just kind of dominating.
Yeah.
At various points throughout the year as well.
I think there's a part and parcel of the Big Ten. I think the Big Ten, you could say, maybe is a little wonky.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Nick, what a dumb question.
It's not a dumb question. It's not a dumb question.
Oh, good question.
Thank you.
But yeah, I think it's a kind of a Big Ten thing, maybe more than it is a college basketball thing. But Hey, congrats to Ohio State, though Purdue's 26-game home win streak too short of UConn's, which was broken by Creighton.
Nice.
Did the Big Ten Network really forget about Nebraska? Oh, sure, none of the Husker national titles occurred when they played in the conference, but neither did any of the USC crowns.
So if you missed it, and we got the picture up on the video screen right now. It has most national championships by current Big Ten schools in poll era. So it's since 1936. Ohio State's number 1 with 9.
Mm-hmm.
They broke the tie that they had with USC, who has 8. Michigan State has 6, which is nuts that they have that many championships, given that it stops in 66. Minnesota 4, Michigan 4. And nary a Nebraska title to be seen. And you would say, well, even if they wanted to give Michigan 1 and take away from Nebraska, well, that means that they still have 4, even though we know they have 5, and so they should still be on the graphic. I don't think that this is them being haters or losers. I think that this is bad fact-checking because I'm guessing that they probably don't have a whole lot of those right now because this is what happens in the media biz. So it's a tough look regardless.
So it's a fact-checking issue. It's a personnel issue. It's not the Big Ten hates Nebraska issue.
That's my take.
Jimmy Allen hat.
Uh-oh.
They left out Nebraska on purpose because they knew the fan base would be vocal about it and talk about it.
Well, I mean,
and then thus more people will watch the Big Ten Network out of spite.
It's like when MLB Network releases their list of breakout players and they have Shohei Ohtani on there or Mookie Betts.
Mookie.
That happened, John. Did you know that happened?
When?
Recently, MLB Network is like the top breakout players for this season, and Mookie Betts was on there.
He can't be a breakout
That's
player.
what I'm saying.
He's already broken out, Nick.
Yes.
Seems idiotic.
An 11-year-old, speaking of baseball, has pulled the 1-of-1 Paul Skeens rookie debut patch autograph card, which I promise is a real sentence.
Oh.
The Pirates are hoping to get this card and are rolling out one heck of an offer. Season tickets for 30 years, a meet and greet with Skeens, a softball game that you can play in PNC, and Livy Dunn Suite. Should the boy make this trade, and if he does, should he invite our own Gary Sharp with him?
Oh, wow. Gary.
Gary's not a Pirates fan.
No, but he's a Livy Dunn fan.
He is a Livy Dunn fan.
Remember that picture?
Oh, yes, of course.
I don't think he should make the trade. Now, look, the seats are worth a lot of money over the course of 30 years. First of all, isn't this kid from California? So he's not even a Pirates fan.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to move him there? So I wouldn't take that. I wouldn't take it. I'd try to sell it. People are saying this thing is easy 6 figures and, maybe climb into 7, which is nuts.
Well, yeah, and the longer you hold on to it, though, even the more valuable it is.
So this was the only card in this pack or in this whole whatever.
Yes.
That had the patch that he had on his jersey.
Right.
Yes. It was in the Topps Chrome update, and that was it.
Man.
So why do the Pirates want it so bad?
Right, to give it to
They want it
Skeens,
for
right?
Paul. I think Paul wants it. That's why they...
Well, then why doesn't Paul make the offer? Why didn't Paul just say, hey, here's my...
You can have a night with Livy when you're 18. Now offer that to the kid, and let's see what happens.
Is that the treat, the movie treatment for Indecent Proposal 2?
It might be. It might be. Can you imagine if that's what he said?
17-year-old kid is about to turn 18, realizing that he's on the cusp of a historic offer. Chance to turn in a rare baseball card for a night with a former LSU gymnast.
Wow. Congrats to that kid. That'd be amazing.
Imagine the fun and excitement.
Can you imagine being an
And you'll be able to
11-year-old?
watch it on your large phones, which allow you to watch those types of movies.
That's true. You love baseball, and you love baseball cards, and then you pull the one. This is the one that everyone's been waiting for, right? Out of this whole pack?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, there's no way I'm taking this deal.
Hell no!
Because the money is worth a lot more than this.
Yeah.
So there's speculation because you can't find these. You couldn't find these anywhere because everybody was hoarding them to try to find this card. People were selling these things on eBay for like hundreds of dollars.
The packs?
The boxes, whatever.
Yeah.
I managed to I got 2
Yeah.
before they just disappeared.
How much you pay for them?
They were normal retail price when I got them.
Nice.
But people are like, well, he probably had really loaded parents. They probably just bought him a bunch of these. And
Oh, so interesting.
There's a theory that this kid's already got a lot of money.
Wow.
There's parents have
All right,
money.
screw that kid.
Yeah, but chances are if the family's got a lot of money, they've made a lot of good investments. And
Yeah, along those
the
lines.
advice is going to be
Invest in it.
hold that car because it's going to be worth more in a few years.
When do you sell it? Because I'm not rooting for this, but what if Paul Skeens' elbow exploded and he was never good again? When do you sell a card like that? Do you do it now or do you wait and hope? Because if he turns into a Hall of Famer, then you have the best baseball
That's
card
true.
ever.
That's a good point.
God, that would be so scary. I wouldn't know what to do. I'd be paralyzed by fear.
I had the idea that if I ever pulled it, I was just going to hide it and then people would find it among my belongings after I had died. And they'd be like, "Hey,
Nick has bills to pay,
remember
but
this?"
he'll hide the card with his dead body instead of selling it. and
Not
paying
with
bills.
my dead body. Just I'd put it in a shoebox, and when people are going through my belongings, they'd be like, "Hey, isn't
What
that?"
if they were like, it's Nick's crap, and just toss it in the dumpster?
I'd be sad. My ghost would be sad.
Unreal, Nick.
What if the kid said, "Hey, when I turn 18, I get a night with your wife"?
What if he just put it in the spoke of his bicycle wheels?
Oh, people would hate this kid.
What if this kid
Or
actually?
what if he just
hates
took the patch
Pirates?
and sewed it on his uniform?
He sews the card on his uniform?
Right.
The whole card with the patch.
He does that thing where he posts a TikTok of him setting it on fire just for clicks.
Oh my gosh. Kind of hope he does that.
That would
just
be a way to invest it. That would get a lot of views.
It definitely would. Max says estimates say it's worth around $1.5 million now. Sell out. The money will earn a lot of interest. That's what I would
That's
do.
true.
Sell
Yep.
the money, invest it.
Yeah.
Good to go. Put it in a bank account. Put it in a checking account.
And then tell Paul, "Hey, Paul, don't worry. You and your wife will have a nice monogamous marriage, and I won't get in the way.
I won't be
with
there
my
when I'm
indecent
18.
proposal."
I am glad that it's a kid who pulled it, not some weird, gross.
This is going to be
40-year-old
the
card
be
hoarder.
the second movie after we make the first movie about the alternate universe without music.
Well, isn't
The
this the
next
third
one will
one?
be Indecent Proposal 2, and it'll be a story like
We're
this.
starting the Zone movie studio as we speak.
Yep.
Nice.
We're getting it done.
Director
Well,
of video.
The movie studio and the smut movie studio.
Yeah, for your phones.
For your phone.
For your
The
phone.
screens are larger
Yes,
now.
the screens are larger.
They're so large. So large.
All right, what's for dinner's next as we wrap up the Grum on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I really got no friggin' idea, but we would be remiss. Now, it's 2 days after Ohio State won the national championship, but congratulations, Ohio State, of being the first college national champion in the second Trump administration, which means you get to go to the White House and eat McDonald's and Wendy's and Taco Bell and Burger King. I can't wait to see that spread. That is still one of the greatest pictures ever. He's standing around his He's like, look at here. Look at all this delicious food.
Amazing.
It was weird.
You're right.
You woke up every day and then there was something ridiculous like that. And you're like, this is reality.
I also don't know what I'm going to have. I'm leaning. Yes, I'm home alone tonight. Hot ham and cheese for dinner.
Fun.
Yeah, I'm busy after the show, so I'm not going to have time to make like thighs and baked potato, which is what I want to do. I just don't have time to do that tonight unless I want to eat at 9:30. So I don't want to eat at 9:30. So probably hot ham and cheese.
Something with chicken.
Something with chicken. And that's the Grum.
That's it. That's it, folks. What can we say? Tomorrow's Thursday. Ed Edholm.
Let's go. Good get, Nick.
Say
We preview. Yes, that's an old joke from years gone by on this program.
Yeah.
But Eric Edholm will join us. We'll preview the conference championship games. Robin Washut, recap of the USC-Nebraska game, and Todd Furman.
Bye.